えええええhopefully it is life or death, I don't know. Are we alive or are we dying out of starvation, out of everything, you know, considering nothing is happening? Uh, Wait, actually, let me try and set up my voice. So, nothing is happening, Lennon is dying. Fuck, I'm got jump scared by my own voice. Touhou, well, you got. Oh, okay, okay, that's good, that's good. Also, hello, Kim. Oh god. This is going to be an actual insanity. This stream. And people will not fucking suspect, but it's going to be fucking batshit insane. Like, obviously, currently I don't have, like, the full information on what is going on in this story. But, at the very least, we have the privateer, which is where show had published the scenarios for the other games, which can be more easily translated. And so, like, you get to see the horrors of the funny Aogami Project, where apparently people die. Let's wait like a minute a bit. And then I'll start introducing what the fuck is Aogami, what the fuck, who the fuck is Sho, and you know, how the fuck did we get here? Because even the backstory behind how I even discovered this game is really interesting. Because like otherwise I wouldn't be even talking about it. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I live? Because I saw that my internet went to shit. Let me actually turn on the translation feature. Okay, so welcome to the Aogami Project. We hear you. Okay, okay. Welcome to Aogami Project. And let me introduce you. How the fuck did I even get here? So, basically, remember how I was like talking about gory game, the fruit game, because like some idiot was recommending this shit to me and I was like, no, this has tracing. And so like after back and forth one was like, oh yeah, now that you mentioned gory, let me introduce you to the Touhou bootleg. And so he streamed it for us, and by us I mean since Board, me, and Maurice, and occasionally Catman was here just to say hi, and then Deep. And like obviously this game was not even this game. Those games weren't particularly good because like the flaw with those games is that you barely see shit. You barely see where the fuck are the bullets. And like, and also because like it was made in a very cursed as fuck engine, there are also things that are just like, you know, just cursed in general, and also like the constant uses of flashes and like the dims of the whole screen, which are very inconvenient considering like you are still dodging from bullets and now you temporarily can't even see what the fuck is going on the screen. Not to mention that you are now blind. So media made by non-problematic people can actually be good? Yes! Yes! Well, to be fair, the games are not particularly that good, but the story is about the Touhou-likes. Not just Touhou fan games. Touhou fan games do not interest me because like, they tend to bastardize the original source way too much. Which is not something I particularly like, so that's why I don't play a lot of Touhou fan games a whole lot, or just have like a really low opinion on them, admittedly. Like very low opinion on them, like in general. Like I don't care how good they are, I still don't care about them. Because more often than not they just like make their own stories and have just Touhou characters slapped onto them without particularly adhering to the source material, that is my issue with the fan games. But Touhou-likes, which a term that I believe I coined, is where like they take the no. Fuck off. Fuck off. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Anyway, fuck, I got fucking distracted from my own thought by a person who's trying to fucking dox me over there. Or at the very least, like, not really dox, but like, oh yeah, what is your full government name? Which is, obviously I'm not fucking telling you, what the fuck? Obviously, fuck off. I'm not doing that. And I'm not interested in that. Okay. So I'm interested in Touhou-likes because like they take the Touhou formula, but they actually use it to tell their own stories. Which, to me at least, it is a very promising avenue of telling the story. Because like the Maku and like the fact that you fight the characters. Like it's all fun, it's all fun. But yeah, I was like curious about because like Aogami series was a Touhou-like series as opposed to just a Touhou fan game. I got curious, like what the characters were saying, but Pofan, as a cheese bomb that he is, he said, actually, I do not know Japanese that well, which is like stunned me because like, hey guy, aren't you like, Japanese, fuck. Aren't you like a Japanese translator? What the fuck did your, Japanese skills went? What the fuck? Where the fuck did they go? So, I was curious. But, like, I kinda was struggling to find those games because, like, again, those are in Japanese, first of all. And second of all, like, show and Aogami Project by itself isn't really all that well known in the English-speaking community. So, like, technically, I am publicly trailblazing it because, like, when Pufan was showing this, he was showing it in private, and by that I mean that, like, first. Like he was streaming on unlisted stream, that first of all, and second of all, it was like through uh uh, through my own server, which is again also a private space. But curious, and well, like at a glance, it felt like way too derivative. When you actually, I was still like curious, like what the fuck are those guys saying? Like maybe I could like enjoy a cheesy story because like I didn't have much greater expectations for Aogami series, like at all, because again, believe it or not, the character designs are very derivative. So it kind of gives off the impression that like show was kind of blindly copying what Touhou did, and well, that's about it. However, and apparently it is a bit of a novel timing to do that, I got curious and was like, huh, well, I would like to know what are those guys saying, especially after witnessing the travesty that were the thriller games. Like those games were actual shit. Were absolute pieces of shit. And so I get curious, and at first it was like way too simple. Okay, let me type in something. Like, the story wasn't particularly showing that much promise, but at least, like, it had intrigue. It had, like, something for it. Unlike with, like, you know, with that fetish game that constantly talking about, no, you cannot solve this incident, be a submissive woman, long-haired one, and calling Christians pagans for some fucking reason. I can't believe we have even Christian lappers. I'm an atheist, and even I know that pagans is not the same as heretics. Pagans are actually an actual religion, or well, like a group of religion, which is more accurate to say. And so, imagine my fucking shock when, I was translating the whole dialogues through Google Translate, of course, but like, you know, this is the best I can get. And I discovered that in the first fucking game, a god fucking dies. Like, legit, the whole plot of the first game is the fact that two deities are trying to revive a goddess who was killed. And they thought this was caused by humans, by the way. So the reason why they stole all of those fucking flowers was to revive their beloved goddess. And one of the deities who's trying to revive the goddess of flowers is her dad and her daughter. Which is not something that you see that often in Touhou or len'en, or, you know, just in stories in general, that grandpa and the granddaughter are trying to revive the mother. And so I got hooked. I got hooked and got curious as to what's going on. And so far, I have completed, or at least I can consistently complete, 3 games so far. And we've even found a way, and I'm saying we because Akim had pointed at what I why those games, not why, but like how those games are coded. Like legit, I got so scared, and Akim was like, "Well, it could be a Shift.js," and and I was like, "Oh, so that's why." And he proceeded to just decompile all of the dialogue in those games, which is insane. So shoutouts to him, and also Akim, if you're watching this, I'll take up the brunt of it by myself this time, because like I can still like record all of the scenarios of the Aogami games. It's just like, you know, I was like curious about extra dialogues because they also reveal some interesting stuff. Like in the extra of the first game, the goddess was worried that, oh yeah, if humans continue like this, I might die too, and other gods might die too. So you guys better fucking watch it, or else I'll die, and I won't forgive you, you damned humans, you fucking evil bastards who killed me. And so there is a mystique as to what could have happened, and like, you know, the whole game kinda implies that. Fuck. I'm so glad that I got into contact with you, because like you are a genuinely interesting person and a very kind one too. But yeah. And so we have like 6 games and like 15 or so album related stories. And I say related because like I'm still not particularly sure what is what. I mean, I tried to pick out the like what is important, and also, well, not 6 games, but more so. Let me count on the folder, because I have downloaded all of those games. I have downloaded them all except for Jump the Arc one. So 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay, he made like 8 games and 17 novels. Which, will, calling them novels is a bit of a stretch. They're more like music compilations with the stories. It's like basically Hifu, but like, you know, you can actually kinda interact with the album. And the neat thing that you guys might not know about Aogami series, at least like the music series, is that like the series plotline is actually affecting the main plotline. Because like in Hifu, which admittedly I do not know much about Hifu, because sorry, but Zun's writing bores me to tears. My bad. But like it's not particularly that greatly affecting the storyline of the main games, or at least not at an extent of how Aogami does it. And in Evolve, and yes, this album series also dog walks Evolve. Like the girls still haven't really done that. They just boarded the fucking train and just like sit there doing nothing. But here, no. Those guys are very much affecting the whole fucking plot. Because basically, at least so far, we have 2 characters. There is. Okay, this is like the side one, which is made by show's associate Mushi, which, well, I don't know if I should cover that or not. But yeah, let me show you how how those beaches look like. The look shifts from game to game, but yeah, this is Karen, and this is Airu Tsunaga. Well, her quote-unquote name of Karen is Calendula Rika, but she prefers to be called Karen, and later is revealed to be one of the Harvest sisters. So her real name is actually Karen Harvest and Airu Tsunaga. At first you might think, wait, those look like those fucking bastards from Hifu instead, but here Usami had trans her gender and now is a man. Now she's a he. And Maribel doesn't look that different, but I assure you, those guys are different. Basically, Airu here is botanist, or at least like studies flowers, and he noticed that during the first incident, when the flowers had gone missing, he was like, hey yo, what the fuck, like, this couldn't have happened overnight, like, climate change couldn't have done this much of a damage that quickly, and also oddly enough flowers, which is way too specific to be something that's caused by climate change. And so with his abilities to somehow perceive and break barriers, he decides to employ the help of Karen here, who is much more stoic, cynic and skeptic part of him. Like, Airu here is like, yo, there's like non-humans there, yo! And Karen is like, shut the fuck up, you. Like, legit she was like, what the fuck, why did you barge into my office, get the fuck out of here. But no, he decides to, come on, it'll be worth it, let me show you a shrine. And those bastards, of course, technically kinda saved our bastards from being more fucked, because like they tampered with the barrier to the shrine, and like the deities that were at the shrine were like, hey yo, what the fuck, we gotta hide ourselves, barriers now, get the fuck away, human. And they were like, okay, that was weird, and they left. But their silly actions in the first fucking album have prevented our protagonists from being even more fucked, because those deities that were at the shrine were actually the real culprits behind the goddess's murder. It wasn't humans that murdered our goddess, because it would be weird and kind of stupid, but actually gods. And even better, that was cause the killer was her ex-husband, Ninigi. Oh yeah, the goddess's name is Kohana, who is blatantly based on Konohana Sakuya, and Ninigi, well, is based on Ninigi. And Watashi, who is the grandpa and the one who tried to revive his daughter, Watashi is named Watashi, and he is based on Watatsumi, if I remember correctly. But basically the original dad of Konohana Sakuya and Imanaga Hime, because like, indeed, there was a plot point of Watashi being overjoyed that his daughter had found a husband, and proposed that this guy also marries her sister, Ivanaga, but that husband thought that it was like a political ploy and decided to, no, fuck you, and Watashi was so enraged that he separated them, and that pissed off Ninigi so much he decided to kill his ex-wife, just to get at his father-in-law. You guys are hearing this, right? You guys see how batshit insane this lore gets. And also by the end, the daughter of the goddess of flowers, Masrina, also becomes an apprentice to one of the main characters. And about the main characters, let me introduce you through the database. There is a database. And we have like two main characters. Who are actually kinda interesting. And this is the only first 3 games? Yeah! And I haven't even covered the second game. Second game is actually kinda has a different plot line. Basically, the first game and the third the third game is a continuation of the things from the first game, and the second game kinda, I guess, like, it is its own self-contained plot, but basically there are spirits in the Kamui forest where, like, you know, our protagonists live, and they're like, hey yo, what the fuck, why are there ghosts everywhere? And apparently it's caused by a vengeful spirit of a noble woman who was exiled and was unable to see her family, and she got sad. Oh yeah, also I need to read out the omakis as well. Actually, let me do that first, because like I have translated the omakis, at least like put it through Google Translate, and then try to correct some of the mistakes that it made. But yes, it's only 3 first games. And the plot gets somehow even crazier than that. Oh god, I also need to grab some water because I'm getting parched over there. But yeah, where is it? Okay, here it is, and let me set this up so you guys can actually see what the fuck is going on, because I'm genuinely fucking giddy about this game, because like, oh my god, we have so much lore. I can actually distract myself for once. I can actually be invested into something when len'en is like developing at a snail pace. But yeah, let's read the omakis so you guys can understand what caused me to have like such mental breakdowns over those fucking series. But yeah, afterward, thank you for downloading this game, Aogami Tenkatan Empyrean Fantasia. The concept for this game had been in my head for quite some time, but it took a lot of effort to bring it to fruition. Especially with music production, someone who couldn't play any instruments suddenly started learning music theory, which was somewhat reckless, and I kept producing dissonant chords with music composition software I was using for the first time. After about a year, the music began to finally take shape, and then I started developing this game. As this is a game developed by a beginner and by individual, there may be many rough parts, but I hope you will enjoy the culmination of my year's work. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to the many people who supported me in various ways during the development of this game, and with that, I conclude this afterward. Story. The world is said to inhabit many races: yokai, fairies, spirits, gods. However, humans refuse to believe in them, laughing at them, without realizing that they themselves are threatening these races. In the grassland devoid of people or buildings, there stood a single, quietly situated small house. The boy who lived there was named Azure. He held a newspaper he'd acquired in town and looked up at the sky from his window. The flowers are disappearing, huh? Is it because of this occurrence that my flower bed suddenly became empty? I thought that it was just some animal grazing. The newspaper but was filled with articles reporting the simultaneous disappearance of flowers all over the world. One article discusses the recent decline in habitats due to climate change, while another humorously describes the strange phenomena as being caused by ghosts. Ghosts are just wandering around all the time, you know. But this is... Hey, yes! Are you there? At that moment, a certain wizard visited his house. It was Mary. Also, it is the transcription I went with, but apparently the transcription that show uses is Mary, not Marie. Even though, like, you know, in the text it's like, feels like it should be Marie. But I guess, like, we'll stick to Mary. And all that acquaintance. Hey, since you've come at this time, I assume it's about this strange occurrence. Yes, it's all anyone's talking about in our village. Well, with something this dramatic happening, what do you think? Well, I don't know the reason, but I think it was probably done intentionally by something that isn't human. Even if the climate changed, it won't disappear so suddenly. I thought so. I'm going to go and solve this strange occurrence. What about you? Of course I'm going. If something like this happens and a human notices, it will affect our village. And so the two rushed outside, heading to solve the strange occurrence, to retrieve the vanished flowers. The following contains spoilers, so please be careful if you haven't finished the game yet. The protagonist successfully identified and solved the problem with the disappearing flowers. However, they couldn't let their guard down until the flower god was revived. Just then, they happened to look up at the sky and saw something pink floating down. It was a cherry blossom petal, and the petals of the cherry quiet during spring. But because it happened to be a warm dame, she got carried away and blocked the protagonist's path. She also has a surprisingly literary side, such as comparing sun to a flower. But yeah, this where the impression is kinda wonky, because like, you would think that judging by her dialogue it would be just, oh, it's like Thieves 2, like the Touhou 16, but 2, which is already like evanescent existence if it was something. But let's continue. Barba, species yokai. Title: Pirate soaring through the sky. A pirate who lives in the sky, a rather contradictory character. He tries to steal money and valuables from the protagonist, but since there are no humans who normally wander around in the sky with money and valuables, he's practically incapable of doing anything pirate-like. Perhaps because of this, he predictably fails and is easily defeated by the protagonist. Komozo Noodle, species yokai. Title: The Great Monk Hiding in the Clouds, or well, like just Noodle hiding in the clouds. A yokai who can freely manipulate clouds around him. He has a very gentle personality, and when the protagonist arrived this time, he advised them to turn back. The protagonist, ignoring his advice, trying to proceed, appearing to be villains. He was aware of the existence of the Sky Realm, or Tenkokyo, through the clouds surrounding it. Therefore, although he didn't know why the flowers were being collected, he knew that the god residing there was collecting flowers for the Sky Realm and harbored a strong hatred for humans. He believed that dropping humans there would lead to terrible consequences, so he tried to forcibly stop the protagonist. How can I find some Aogami gameplay? Technically, I'm currently preparing it. I'm currently preparing the translation of Aogami scenario, but actually, I don't know if you can copy from the comments of, how do I say this? From the comments of, on the YouTube chat. But yeah, like, let me paste the name of the series. That's how you can more easily see some Aogami gameplay. But yeah, I'm currently preparing the gameplay videos as well. So they're only on easy mode, and obviously because I am such a casual, I won't be able to tackle the extra stages because I suck, and also because those games are admittedly not good. Because like the balancing is like all over the place, first of all, and second of all, like you will have genuine issues trying to see what the fuck is going on, what the fuck is flying at you. But yeah, let me continue. Golden Spirit Prince of Heavens. She existed far above the skyline long before it was created. Therefore, at first, she rebelled against Watashi for encroaching on her territory. But one day, she learned of his circumstances, and from then on, she adored him as her master. She claims to heal her master with the sound of her piano, but there seems to be no spiritual effect. In reality, she's simply playing the piano. Yeah, I can do that. Then the solution that I can provide, and I use Gboard. Let me type that. Gboard. You can easily find it on Google Play. But yeah, I use the Gboard keyboard, and I download the Japanese language, and through it I search up the kanji and like how they are spelled. So that's how I managed to kind of find it. The Aogami series gameplay. But yeah, hopefully my advice was kinda helpful. Because again, like, those are kusoges, but very, very strange kusoges. Yeah, also that. So lately I have been using that much less lately, but mostly because like I cannot fucking get the kanjis that I need. Like it constantly interprets my shitty lighting and so something else. However, being able to play the piano calmly in the thin air of the high altitude is truly befitting of a piano spirit. Masrena. Species spirit, planet clad in madness. Spirit residing in a planet created by Kohana. She too is quite old despite her appearance, but her inner self adjusts as she appears. However, when she becomes mentally unstable, she can deform or even kill surrounding plants, making her quite a dangerous being. Like Kohana, she adores Watashi as her master, and the relationship has been very long. Long ago, when she called Watashi grandpa, she received a severe punishment. So now it seems she calls him master. This time, she assisted Watashi in gathering flowers from the earth to the sky realm, and was heavily involved in the anomaly. After the failure, she seemed quite depressed. However, at Mary's suggestions, she came to live in Mary's village, and after Konoha was revived, she completely regained her spirits. Kamizono Watashi, guardian overlooking the mountains and the seas, a god who rules over the mountains and the sea, and incidentally Sake. His divine power is immense. He wasn't faced even when humans slipped away at one or two mountains. The shock of this disappearance of Wait, is it Kanoha or Kakana? Oh, fuck. Let me check the original Maki, because, like, I'm currently fucking getting some aneurysm right now. Like, it refers to her as Konoha, but then Kohana. I guess I'll stick to Kohana. Like, it could have been a mistype. And even The god he himself created was immense, and he even pushed his aging body to the limit to try and gather all the flowers in the world. Apparently, the power he used to cause such anomaly was quite considerable, and by the time he confronted the protagonist, he was already quite exhausted. Nevertheless, he possesses power on a completely different level than that of an ordinary human, and he intended to use this anomaly as an opportunity to make humanity aware of the existence of gods again and try to dominate them. His original goal was to revive Kohana, but his attempt to dominate humanity as an afterthought is quite cunning. Incidentally and unrelated, the word watashi apparently used to mean I in the past. If he followed that convention, this god's name would likely to cause him trouble when introducing himself. Kayana Kohana. Again, I kinda got confused, like, is it Kohana or Kanoha? Actually, there is a database, let me actually refer to that. No, apparently it doesn't give you out the spelling of her name. Well, that's a bit sad. Because yes. Oh, hello Sins! Hello Sins! Hello Sins! Hello Sins! Hello Sins! You better not die! The goddess Holo rules all kinds of flowers throughout the world. She was created by Watashi long ago. She traces Watashi as her father and Masrena as her own child. However, she seems to have some resistance to being called mom by Masrena because she looks older than she is. She is grateful that the two of them gathered flowers for her and revived her, but she herself was concerned that she would die again after the flowers were returned to Earth, or that other gods would die besides herself. Why did only she suddenly die? Why was the only god who rules over flowers affected? The mystery remains. And the said mystery is solved in the third game, but let's pull up the second game, but before that I also need to grab some water, because again I'm getting fucking parched over there, and our summers, believe it or not, are fucking hot as shit. Like the next week is going to be an actual purgatory because it's going to be plus 35C, and I do not look forward to try and survive those. So yes, Yakutsk apparently has also very hot summers. Let me pull up the weight screen. Okay. Since I said on my blog that it would be, ready in June, I'm truly sorry. In the future, I will take measures such as making more careful decisions regarding the release of information about the new works and releasing them at appropriate times. This work is a complete departure from the previous one. I aim for a eerie and horror-like feel. Overall, I think it turned out fairly cohesive. Regarding music, I particularly focus on atmosphere in this work, striving to create music that fits the setting. As a result, I was able to create several songs that I like, and I personally think it turned out well. The story might be even more difficult to understand than the last one. This bonus track provides some explanation, so please read it if you're interested. There are also important plot points related to future works, so it might be fun to try and predict the story going forward. Well, there's so much more I want to say about the game, but I won't write it all in afterward. I'll leave it at that. I never imagined that the day would come that I would be releasing my own game. That hasn't changed even now that I've released my second game. The reason I can continue making games is because of everyone who had helped me in various ways with production and distribution, and above all, because of everyone who plays my games. Thank you very much. Show Games will continue to strive and create interesting games. Myself from Ulanu-de, always getting pretty hot summers such as much as cold winter does. So you understand. Wait, actually let me look over the Ulanu days. Because like, it seems pretty near actually. This feels pretty near. Oh yeah, this is very unfortunate. I looked at the weather that you guys have and it is very unfortunate. Yeah, it's pretty near, surprisingly. And also that means you guys have some access to Lake Baikal, which I think is cool. Yeah, it's right under us. But yeah, I guess like we are kinda chill. Because like, okay, so the reason why I don't particularly make content for Russians anymore, because like, I'm sorry, I kinda don't like, I don't like Russians anymore. They're too weird, they're too invasive, I hate that. And they're too deranged. I like chill people. And Felix, you are chill, so you can stay. Well, yeah, we'll continue to create interesting games, so please continue to support us until the next time. Enjoy slightly cool bullet hell at the end of the summer. Story: The Village of the Hidden World. This is a village where Mary lives, located deep in the mountains. Mary's friend Asia was visiting. It's been a while since I've been there. It's the same as always. Asia said, looking at the sleeper. Well, humans, fairies, and yokai were strolling. In this village, all races can exist equally, in contrast to modern human society. Well, yeah, since there's no connection to the outside world, it's only natural that it hasn't changed. That's true, it's divided by a powerful barrier, isn't it? The evening sun shone on the village's main street, brightly illuminating the bustling crowd of people, well, yokai. At first glance it seemed like a peaceful scene, but something was strange about the villagers. They seemed to be discussing something anxiously. What's going on? It sounds serious for just a rumor. Yeah, he's called Blue, but you better put some respect on the guy. He actually has ears. He actually has friends, and he raised up a girl. He raised up several girls. Michael is actually pretty cold right now. It probably had some ice 2 weeks ago. Oh, well, I guess it kind of figures considering like it is a lake and a pretty deep one is at that, so... Oh no, El pen drive also! And it's pretty deep lake, so I pretty much assume that the ice also gets very thick. So that's why it's currently cool. Even though like it is July, so usually in July like everything gets way too fucking hot. Oh yeah, this game has its own equivalent to Yukari, but Yukari, if she was actually interesting and likable character. I'm not joking. This version of Yukari is actually way more fucking likable and more interesting. I do not like Yukari, she's way too mysterious for her own good. Huh, what's going on? It sounds like serious for just a rumor. I wonder what it is, shall we ask? Curious, the two decided to ask a villager who was nearby. According to the villager, an unusually large number of ghosts have recently been appearing in a forest called Kamui Forest. It's not Kami, it's Kamui. The rumor has reached the village and they are worried that the ghost seems best to go before dusk. Alright, then let's go. It's summer, so let's think of it as a test of courage, shall we? I'm not good with scary things. I'm just a frail girl. Why you to say that? I'll hit you. And so the ghost investigation suddenly began. Or was it a test of courage or something more? Okay, extra stage. Despite defeating the master of the vengeful spirit hole, the ghost shows no sign of disappearing. On the contrary, it seems to be gaining even more power. At the wit's end, the protagonist runs through the forest in a fit of desperation. Just then, what appears before them is... some office worker. Well, technically, I'm not particularly joking that it's some office worker, but like there is a reason, and that reason all has to do with Azure, which I will explain later once we get to that office workers that I just spoke about. Character profiles. Senju. What about Senri? Well, Senri is cool, but well, I wouldn't say Senri is one-to-one equivalent to Yukari. In fact, like, so far there is no equivalent of Yukari in Mugenri from what I can tell. Like, there are characters that have like Yukari-like status or abilities like Tenkai and Tsurubami, but they're not copying her one-on-one. Like, Tsurubami is much more down to earth and like, you know, at least like does his job more seriously, and Tenkai is a mommy. Oh yeah, speaking about mommies, this game has a lot of confirmed mothers. This game has a lot of confirmed familiar relations and mothers. Like, you know how those Touhou LARPers were making those unfunny Touhou mommy meme where, like, you know, there are only few rare canonical mothers in Touhou, like Junko, and also like those are just hags and ladies, or in worse scenarios lollies. Here, no, there are actually several mommies. Yukari, I think, is actually pretty helpful. Well, she is helpful, but in a very annoying way to me. Again, I know I just made fun of Touhou LARPers, but like, I'm not particularly... But yeah, let's continue. Senju, wizard, village apprentice wizard. The village wizard and Mari's younger brother. Yes, we have familiar relations in this one. So we have like confirmed family of 3, grandpa, mother and daughter, and some other girls that they accidentally adopted, and then there's like Senju and Mary being siblings. And there will be more, trust me. Although his power is still far from matching his sister's, he stands in the way of protagonists to fulfill his duty as the village wizard to protect the barrier. Uh, he's he's still a novice wizard and doesn't know many spells yet, but for an apprentice wizard, he possesses a considerable power. Maybe one day he'll be working with his sister to solve the mystery. Which, yeah, he does. He does appear in the Mari's sieges quite often. Well, ending sieges quite often. First of all, and second of all, in the 6th game, he is one of the potential Mary's partners. Basically, the Aogami 6 has a partner system, like you could, and for Asia, it's either Loki or Uzume, and Loki appears here in this game, and Uzume will appear in the 3rd game. While Mary has either Masrena or Senju. So yeah, he does assist her in solving various incidents. Tobiyama Tenso, Invisible Wings of Midnight. I'm so brainrotted by Touhou fan games. I had a stroke when I read Invisible Wings. Unfortunately, I do not, and I'm just like, what the fuck is Invisible Wings? What do you mean, Aloe? A pet yokai that becomes active at night. And I think, like, okay, I did not know what that gender is, but from what I've seen from the other game made by the prize made by admittedly better artists, that seems to be a guy, so yeah. He has a fierce personality, but that's only at night. During the day, he becomes very timid. Because of this troublesome personality, when he encounters the protagonist at night, he boldly blocks their path. It might have been the bad luck to encounter him at night. Yoshikawa Honoka. Oh god, and later on, you gotta put a pin on this character. Because not only does this character appear in the CD album, but also is heavily implied to be the daughter of the character that appears later. We have a child over there. Ghost living in the lake. A ghost claims the forest lake as its territory. When she encounters the protagonist, she claims to be the most terrifying ghost, but inwardly she is terrified. Basically, aside from her strength, she seems to be not much different from other ghosts. As a fellow ghost, she knew about the existence of the Vengeful Spirit Palace. Having originally lived by the lake, she was apparently dissatisfied with Vengeful Spirit's Palace's inhabitants who suddenly appeared and occupied the entire forest. Taking advantage of this, after being defeated by the protagonist, she readily revealed the information about the palace, hoping to get the protagonist to leave her side, and at the same time hoping they would exterminate the palace's inhabitants. While she has this opportunistic side, it might be more natural to consider her actions stemming from a desire to escape from the protagonist as quickly as possible. Mochizuki Chiyoko, ninja human, a girl of swiftness and lightning. A human who lived in the Kamui forest for many years. To survive in harsh environment, she honed her ninja skills and now lives as a formidable ninja. Her abilities are considerable, possessing an extraordinary strength for a human. Perhaps because she lived in the forest for so long, she has close ties with forest spirits and fairies, and is said to be good friends with Honoka. She too knew the existence of the palace and was overwhelmed by its extremely evil and powerful force. She apparently felt the danger firsthand, even warning the protagonist not to go there. Ultimately, the protagonist ignored her warning and proceeded, which naturally angers her. Fujiwara no Aya, a vengeful spirit, soldering in despair. It's a Touhou fan game called Invisible Wing, where you fight against Asia. Your lane character does for some reason. Wait, this kinda looks similar. I mean, I kinda saw it maybe, but like also I didn't particularly care. Eventual period is elected alongside Sayo. She once served as Sayo's vassal and remained loyal to her until the very end. Long ago, during the rebellion between Sayo's army and Emperor's forces, she suffered a fatal wound and barely escaped with her life, reaching to Fujiwara no Tadashi. However, fearing for his own safety, he made a painful decision not to meet her, and so in despair she closed her eyes. Holding her loyalty to Sayo, her hatred for her country, and her disappointment in Tadashi. Thousands of years have passed since that incident. What will she think now that she has been resurrected? What will she feel seeing the modern world dominated by humans? The only thing that one can say that is currently Tadashi and she are sworn enemies. And yes, Fujiwara no Tadashi, which, funny thing, Fujiwara no Tadashi looks like, let me pull it up. Fujiwara no Tadashi looks like this! He looks like this! He looks like bootleg fucking Kaworu! And, there is a possibility that show was inspired by Jinx because like he knows of len'en and has made an arrangement for Len'en Project. So there is a possibility called X Kappa. Court Noble stained with resentment. Like Aya, his vengeful spirit is resurrected along with Sayo. He calls Sayo Emperor and has great trust in her. Born into a noble family, his life has been full of ups and downs, leading to isolation after his downfall. It was during this time he met Sayo, who was in similar situation. He stayed by her side until she was defeated in a battle and demoted. His hatred for his country is no less intense than Sayo's, and even now resurrected as a special vengeful spirit, the power seemed to remain intact. He and Fujiwara no Aya, also a retainer of Aya, seem to be on bad terms, perhaps due to past conflicts. Shirami no Sayo, vengeful spirit, the great spirit who brings calamity. A great vengeful spirit who once lived as a member of a royal family. Despite her royal lineage, her unfortunate fate led to her demotion. Even so, she did not give up and tried to contact the capital, but was repeatedly rejected, and ultimately was not able to be present at the deaths of her relatives. Due to this incredibly cruel treatment, she eventually harbored resentment, and even after her death, this resentment remained. It was such a powerful force that it later became a subject of a vengeful spirit legend. When she actually confronted the protagonist as a vengeful spirit, she displayed a powerful force worthy of her legendary name. Apparently she didn't really intend to, but if she wanted to dominate humanity, she could easily overcome the protagonists and conquer them. After 1,000 years, her resentment subsided somewhat, and after her battle with the protagonist, she revealed her true self, devoid of any dignity. She had lived a horrific life as a human. From now on, she will likely live a happy life as a spirit, accompanied by her two retainers. And also, one of her retainers also appears in the later game. I think it was the 6th game when another retainer of her appears, and the protagonists are like, "Yo, go to your fucking master, you sick son of a bitch. Why are you doing whatever the autistic shit you're doing? Go to your mommy." But yeah, I currently have no idea what the painful fate this Omaki speaks of, because like it seems to have been mentioned in the main story, which I'll get to eventually, but now I just want to read you the Omakis of the games that we have, and read the scenarios of the which were posted on the show's privateer, because it would be a much more convenient way to view the story, because again, like, this game has some decompilation issues, and like, it's kind of pain to translate through all those dialogues using fucking Google Translate. Like, it's not particularly that easy to extract dialogues from this game, is what I mean. Okay, and Oscar Loki, the office workers that I talked about. Asgard Loki, Lace Demon, embodiment of dark flames. A demon that said to have come from the demon world. His true identity and power are shrouded in mystery. He seemed to know Azure, but Azure himself said he had never seen him. He came to Earth to take Azure back to the demon world, but his actions remain largely a mystery. Despite the unsettling aura he exudes, he seems to have a kind heart, as evidenced by his attempt to get Mary when they first met. He claimed to have come from the demon world. He said that the demon world gave birth to many vengeful spirits, and now he and the demon world are pursuing Azure. What could this mean? It seems this ghostly incident is far from over. But yeah, the context behind Loki pursuing Azure is that he was tasked to retrieve Azure by Harvest family. And Harvest family, from what I've seen, are the main antagonists of the story. And the first family members that we see of this family is Vanadia, who appears as an extra boss of the third game, who was trying to get in contact with the surfers but kinda failed. And so she kinda retreated back to the demon world. And there's also another Harvest family member that you meet in the third game, and that is Temery Harvest, who seemingly just an ordinary fairy, but actually a fucking demon. And at least from what I've understood so far, because again, even though like I do believe that the Google Translate had come a long way from translating to Japanese, it's still not particularly perfect in translating everything. Not to mention that a lot of lore surrounding Harvest family is more locked behind the CDs. And those CDs are free, don't get me wrong, it's just like, oh god, another fucking hurdle to translate this shit, fuck. But yeah, as a punishment for her transgressions and trying to get a hold of a certain power, which, like, I don't know if it was Kurogami or Shirogami, but yeah, there's also powers in this shit. But I'll explain them later. But yeah, she tried to seize the power, but kind of failed. And so, the Yukari of this world had turned Mary into fairy, and then later fucking killed her for her transgressions once again. But yeah, it was Mary who explained to Loki what the fuck is going on with those harvests. And he's like, fuck, I got manipulated, Loki. I gotta be on the side of humans on this one. No thanks. Azure, bro, let's become bros. So yeah, it's kinda like that. And as it later revealed, Azure belongs to a clan that had made a memory pact, which basically, why this pact exists is to stop the endless war between humans and demons by basically making humans and demons forget that the realms even exist. But unfortunately, that pact was kind of broken by, I don't know if it's either Mary or Bench's suicide that caused this, because yeah, there are three sisters of Harvest, which is like, first is Vanadia, then Karen, and then Banshee. And Banshee tried to kill herself, and well, because she possessed the powers of Kurogami, she fuck the Ronkamaki. Thank you for downloading this game. Fuck, I forgot how show called this, but whatever. It's probably the shortest production period of any of my works so far, excluding the music series. That said, if you ask that if quality has dropped, I personally think it's actually quite higher quality work than the previous one. In particular, I feel that the music turned out better than the previous work, partially due to changes in my composition environment. For this work, I put a lot of effort into test play. This is because in the previous work, an unprecedented bug occurred where the player's equipment tracked on screen objects. In the previous game, we didn't put much effort into testing different equipment and difficulty levels, so we released the game without noticing any equipment bugs. To prevent such situations from happening again, we put a lot of effort into those aspects of this game. Perhaps because of that, I think the difficulty adjustments of these games are quite refined. I hope you find it easier to play than the previous game. The story might be understandable to those who played previous games, but if you've only played this game, you might not understand what we're talking about. The story is quite complex and may have been difficult to follow. I've included an explanation of the story in the bonus text, so please take a look if you'd like. Time flies, and this is the third installment of the Aogami series. The setting, characters, and worldview have expanded, and it feels like we're finally able to do more. In this game, we were able to try a different approach to the direction, such as having a character who was an enemy in the previous game appear as the protagonist, that being Maslina. I still have plenty of ideas for the setting, story, characters, and music I want to depict. I want to learn how to express them and reflect in the future productions. Well, that's about it for now. It's highly likely that it will be quite a while before we can release a new game in the Aogami series, but when the time comes, I hope you'll look forward to it. Until then. Oh yeah, speaking of music, let me introduce you to some banging tunes. Because legit this, music, legit threw me off when I heard it. Because it is unexpectedly way too good. Can you hear the music? Oh yeah, I should probably do some properties to have it looping. The clear autumn sky. Far above, even higher than the clouds, there was a certain building. Its name was Tenkokyo, a heavenly paradise where the gods of Shinra retired. In Tenkokyo, there were three figures: Angel, Mary, and Maslina. The three had been summoned by Kamizono Watashi, the lord of the Sky Village. Music? Yes. Legit. Keeps a whole land lover, so hello, Drift 2. So, what do you want? Why did you call us all the way here? I have a favor to ask for you. It is about the matter from before. The matter from before? You mean about the flower goddess dying? Yes, it's about the one about me dying, and my father and Maslina gathering bring flowers to revive me. Standing beside Watashi was Kayana Kohana, the flower goddess. Having been at the center of the previous incident but the flowers disappeared, she had a serious expression on her face. Like, you guys do not struggle to hear me as well, right? Like you don't have to strain your ears just to hear what the fuck I'm speaking. Has something happened regarding that matter? Legit, this is so fire, what the fuck? Matrena, who, like Kahana, was involved in that incident, said worriedly, well, something strange happened, and that is, according to him, after that incident, when he returned the flowers to the human world, the humans continued to treat flowers poorly. However, there were no signs whatsoever that this would cause the flower goddess to die again. That's certainly strange. The reason you stole flowers from the humans before was the flower god, because the flower god died to. Wait. She probably spoke about Watashi. It's just like the translation service kinda the interpreted as like madly stealing the flowers, which is not true. The reason Watashi stole the flowers from humans before was because the flower god died due to humans mistreating flowers, and it was revenge. So the same thing should be happening now, but nothing is happening? That's right, what this means is, I think Kohana's death might not have been actually the fault of the humans. Huh? No way! Then what does it all mean? I'm not certain yet, but I have a hunch. I'd like you to go to that place. That's fine, but why aren't you going? It would be a little inconvenient if I went. They probably wouldn't even listen to me. With that preface, he told them the location. It was a certain shrine on the outskirts of the village. Then they receive a request from Kamizono Watashi, the ruler of Tenkokyo. The request is to investigate the Tsubaki Shrine, and the reason for this request is that they suspect the Tsubaki Shrine is involved in the death of Kayana Kono. Yeah, I should probably fucking recheck how her fucking name is spelled. But is it Kohana or is it Kanoha? I do not fucking understand. Involved in the death of Kayana Konoha, the goddess of flowers. Previously, the members of Tenkokyo had stolen all the flowers from the human world, citing two reasons. Firstly, to revive Kayana Konoha by collecting flowers, and secondly, to take revenge on the humans who indirectly killed her by mistreating flowers in Aogami Tenkaton. Here it is stated that the gods are influenced by the objects of their worship, and that this was the cause of Konoha's death. However, as seen in their conversation with Konoha after her resurrection, this logic seems to be flawed. The reason is that this logic cannot explain why only Konoha was affected. If the god of flowers died, then it wouldn't be surprising if all the other gods died as well. After all, humans don't just treat flowers poorly. And then the time comes when these questions become certain. Even after the flowers have returned to the human world, even after humans began treating them poorly again, Konoha remained unaffected. How can we explain this? First, one thing we can for certain is that Konoha's death was not the fault of humans. If it was the fault of humans, it wouldn't be surprising if Konoha died again. So the question becomes, why did she die? As a result, Tsubaki Shrine came under suspicion. Now, let's talk about Tsubaki Shrine. The deity enshrined in Tsubaki Shrine, what's his name was spelled about? How was his name was fucking spelled? Yeah, it's Tsubaki Miya. Tsubaki Miya Ninigi was Konoha's former husband. However, various troubles arose regarding their marriage, and ultimately the engagement was broken off. Watashi was deeply involved in the broken engagement. Because of this part, Because of this past, Ninigi harbored resentment towards Watashi. Watashi himself was aware that he was hated. For this reason, he suspected that Tsubaki Shrine might be involved in Konoha's death. In fact, his suspicion was proved correct. It was revealed that Konoha has been killed by Tsubaki Shrine. Now, why did Ninigi kill Konoha? There was a double meaning to his revenge. It was revenge against Watashi and against humanity. First, his revenge against Watashi was achieved by killing Konoha, Watashi's daughter. By killing his beloved daughter, he aimed to inflict more psychological pain than physical pain. And there is another important point. It was revenge against humanity, that is, the domination of the human world. Ninigi's plan was as follows. First, kill Konoha. This would constitute revenge against Watashi. Afterwards, Watashi would conclude that a human was the cause and would seek some sort of revenge against that person. At the time, the quickest method of revenge, which also had the advantage of allowing Konoha's resurrection, was to steal the flowers from the human world. There was no other way. Furthermore, if he were able to do something as significant as stealing flowers from the human world, would be thrown into chaos, and because some might become aware of his existence. If that happened, it wouldn't be a dream to once again reign over the human world as a god and rule over humanity. In such situation, taking advantage of the fact that his anger would be directed towards humans, Watashi would surely try to dominate humanity. Once that was reached, the rest would be easier. After he succeeded in dominating humanity... After Watashi succeeded in dominating humanity, Ninigi could destroy the Sky Realm and seize the control of it. This would complete Ninigi's revenge against Watashi and allow Ninigi to rule over the pathetic humans and enjoy the modern age. Well, that's what he thought. In fact, the things seemed to be going as planned. However, the plan ended in failure. That's because Asia and Mary stormed the Sky Realm and prevented the domination of humanity. This completely thwarted the Ninigi's plan. With Konoha safely revived and the Sky Realm attempted to dominate humanity failing, there was nothing left for Tsubaki Shrine to gain. Ninigi naturally wanted to take revenge on the protagonist who thwarted his plan, but that didn't work out, because Tsubaki Shrine is a crucial location where two barriers must pass through. He couldn't simply leave the place for revenge. When he killed Konoha, he temporarily left the scene to carry it out, but circumstances arose that prevented him from doing so. Just after killing Konoha, someone from the human world appeared attempting to interfere with the barrier in the CD storyline. Because of this, he couldn't easily carry out his revenge. Therefore, the only way to take revenge on them was for them to realize the truth and come to the shrine. That's why in the game, Utsume said she was waiting for the protagonist. Incidentally, Ninigi ultimately lost to the protagonist and was forced to agree to hold a banquet for Asia. Asia told Utsume that he would also bring members of the Sky Realm and planned to reconcile them at the banquet. Ultimately, his plan was successful, and they promised not to interfere with each other in the future, such as seeking revenge or retaliation. And with that, the series of events involving two gods finally comes to an end. Well, that's about it. That concludes Tenkatan. This also concludes the plots left unresolved in the Legend of Monsters. It was a long journey, wasn't it? For now, let's end the explanation here. I'll leave the remaining plot points to individual interpretation. And so concludes the story explanation. Please check out the extra stage and character settings below. Extra stage. The protagonist, having defeated Ninigi and others from Tsubaki Shrine, Asia decided to hold the banquet at the Tsubaki Shrine. One reason was to apologize for the trouble they caused, the other was to reconcile two gods. The day of the banquet arrived. The protagonist, each with their own intentions, headed back to the shrine. However, there was an unexpected visitor at the shrine. And now, finally, the characters. Harvest family. Species fairy. Fairy that harvests was in autumn. A fairy that becomes active only in autumn. Her remarks are somewhat playful and she seems to be rather simple-minded, as is typical of fairies. Her surname, however, seems to be a rather distinguished one. She doesn't seem to be aware of it herself, but she might be from a fairly prominent family. And as I said previously, that's actually Mary, who was transformed from a demon to the fairy. Nebula, yokai of the mist. A mist yokai that naturally meets mist. He cannot control the mist around him, so mist always surrounds him. Because of this, he doesn't have many friends and is always alone. When the protagonist entered the mist, he seemed to confused but also enjoyed the long-awaited conversation. Kamiya Fuga, the beast that howls in the sky. A yokai that lives in the mountain. It looks like a costume, but the thing on its head is natural. He cherishes his younger sister Akane, and as soon as he learned that the protagonist had harmed Akane, he attacked with a furious expression. He harbored a strong hatred for Maslena, the cause of the mountain's ecosystem collapse due to the disappearance of the mountain flowers, which greatly affected the yokai, including himself. Kamiya Akane, Madonna of the Mountain Beast. Like Fuga, she is one of the yokai that lives in the mountains. Because there are few female mountain spirits, she is Madonna-like figure among the mountain men and enjoys the popularity. She has a close relationship with her brother Fuga and cherishes him as family. Therefore, she pursued the protagonist who defeated her brother and stood in the way once again. Miyabi Uzume, a shrine maiden dancing in the autumn sky. She is the shrine maiden of the Tsubaki Shrine. As can be inferred from her speech, she has tomboyish personality and is belligerent. She has served Ninigi for a long time and her loyalty is deep. Although she holds the position of the shrine maiden, there are hardly any visitors to the shrine, so she usually lives more as Ninigi's attendant than a shrine maiden. In this matter, she apparently had her own thoughts on the matter, and she made efforts to find a way to reconcile, such as preparing for the banquet proposed by Asia. Tsubaki Miya Ninigi, god of vengeance, descendant of the enshrined deity of Tsubaki Shrine and Konoha's ex-husband. He is also a mastermind behind the series of events. Ninigi and Konoha met thousands of years ago and began dating after Ninigi approached her. They finally decided to get married and reported this to Konoha's father. I finally hear Stock Woman's oh yeah, hello boot! They finally decided to get married and reported this to Konoha's father, Watashi. Watashi was overjoyed and granted permission for the marriage on the condition that Konoha's sisters also become engaged to Ninigi. Ninigi considered this a political conspiracy by Watashi and sent his sister of Konoha back to Watashi. Enraged by this, Watashi separated Ninigi and Konoha. Ninigi, separated from his wife, was deeply saddened, and the sadness eventually turned into resentment towards Watashi. This incident caused the resentment to manifest, but it was prevented by the protagonist. Although they managed to reconcile with Watashi, there are concerns that his hatred might reignite in the future. One idea: a life-sucking demon. A demon who have come to negotiate, intending to use Tsubaki Shrine. Ultimately, the negotiations failed, and she was defeated by the protagonist. Her easygoing personality and attempts to hide her failures and avoid punishment make her self-conscious to Loki, another demon. What kind of organization is the demon world? Its true nature is shrouded in mystery. But yeah, let me read out the album storyline as well. Oh no, it's better for me to recap it because I will be a bit tired from reading all of it, and again there's so much shit that I need to cover, so please bear with me here. But yeah, in the first story, Airo approaches Karen, who at the time goes by Calendula Rika, but again she said, "What do you mean the sport has arranged marriage?" A failed one at that, but yeah. It is based on the original myth, but like instead of like your sister is ugly, go go back. It's like, are you trying to use me? No, I will not allow this, and decide to send the sister back. Also, we never actually get to see the sister, which is sad. But we get what we get. Okay, len'en. But yeah, in the first story, they Airo lets Karen to the side where he saw the shrine, and like he shows it through using his ability to reveal barriers, and it is at that time that those two fuckers were at the scene, Niniki and Uzume. They're like, "Hey yo, what the fuck? Who the fuck is trying to break in?" And so like their plan was kind of thwarted to take revenge on the protagonist. So they kind of had to sit there doing nothing. In the second one, it is like much more fillery, but in the second album, it tells the story of Tanabata, which Tanabata happens in 3 days. So yeah, prepare your asses for that. In which Airo and Karen decide to go star viewing during Tanabata. And during that, they encounter Orihime and... Fuck, I forgot his name already. Who was the man in the story? I forgot. Orihime and... Yeah, Orihime and Hikaboshi. And so like they meet those characters while on Tanabata, and like Airo is with Orihime, and Karen ends up discovering Hikaboshi, and Hikaboshi confesses that, "Oh yeah, I kinda do not want to see Orihime anymore because of, well, because like if he does, he would end up longing to see her again, and they have to wait another year without seeing each other." And you're not going to fucking believe what I'm about to say, but Orihime and Hikaboshi decided to do a double suicide just to be together forever in death. And Airo and Karen are like, "Well, that just happened, I guess. Well, hopefully those guys reincarnate and actually be able to be together and not like have to meet like once in a blue moon." And now let me remind myself what happens in the third album. Oh yeah, in the third album, they decide to visit the World of Barriers once again, and I think that's how the setting is called. Because like the setting didn't have any fucking names, which is funny, but also yeah. Join suicide, these folks. I hope it goes well. But yeah, like they go to that barrier once to that fantastical world once again, and they find themselves seeing a lake, and they're like, "Oh, what is this lake? What it could be?" And then this little child, Honoka, decides to jump scare them. Fuck. How do I? Okay, here it is. Hello, Kanji-jen. Yeah, this child fucking spooks them, and Karen fucking falls into the lake, and Idol is like, "No, I cannot reach Karen!" And for some fucking reason, Karen ended up floating above the lake, and more inhuman beings started to gather around them and being like, "Hey yo, what the fuck? Those are outside humans there!" And the two eventually fled the scene. And that's how you also see Vanadia before she appears in the third game. Actually, let me check the chronology. Because I believe... No, the third album happens after the Legend of Terminal Tints. So yeah, that's how Vanadia appears again, and she's like, "Could that be? No, it can't be." But well, I guess I kind of have to report it. And well, you know, she's talking about Karen. And yeah, again, guys, put a pin on this character. This character is going to be kinda important to a certain revelations that I found. But yeah, after this, the whole debacle, Karen unleashes her powers. Now she can cast both fire and ice, and also can fly. And she's like, "Hey yo, what the fuck? I was supposed to be the scientific one. Oh, why the fuck do I have magic? Oh, I won't spoil this, lol." Yeah, guys, if you are here, keep a pin on this. Keep a fucking pin on this. Why Iroh was a fucking botanist, I kinda disconnected. Because he was the one who noticed the events of the first game, but like knew in his gut that, oh yeah, this shit couldn't have happened by the climate change. And so like he employed the help of Karen, and they also documented the other things that they've noticed. And ultimately, to continue filling in their book, they decided to go back to that fantasy land. And that's how... Let me show you. Because this shit gets fucking insane. They get to fucking appear in the mainline games. Which is insane. That is not something that any other game can even fucking brag about. Touhou didn't fucking brag about it. We didn't see no Usami. We didn't fucking see Maribel. We only saw like Sumireko, but like who the fuck knows if she's even fucking related to our Usami? Oh wait, what the fuck is the... Okay. Let me move it a little bit much more conveniently. Yeah, and like certainly no co-originals or Haros have ever appeared in the len'en, in the main len'ens, and here those bastards decided to show up. And this is basically an ISC clone, impossible spell card. So yeah, this is Ailu, and this is Karen. And currently I am recording a playthrough of it, but like, it'll take a while to complete this game, because like I'm not particularly that proficient in those types of games. But yeah. A feature that this game has is that like when on focus you play as Ailu, and when focus, which is like good luck to those who have key ghosting, you play as Karen here. So basically some iron shit, and also like the Ailu is responsible for the magic side, which is your active ability, and Karen is responsible for science side, which is responsible for your passives. And like when you clear the scenes, you can view their individual comments. Okay, to be fair, len'en, Hoji, Kuji, and Haro technically being the first len'en character is kinda W flex. But yeah, those fuckers affect the main plot. Those fuckers affect the main plot, which is fucking big. Like, those guys have saved our protagonist's asses by technicality, and now they're like legit fucking appeared here, pulled over and started fucking beefing with everyone. Just to have their own little compendium of various beings and accidents. And yeah, on retrospective journey. Okay, well, I won't be reading retrospective journey just now. Aogami photo game, not really. Again, it's a bootleg of ISC, impossible spell card. Basically, you clear the impossible spell cards. It's not currently that advanced for that, I feel. But yeah, in the retrospective journey, they decided to settle down in the magical world because, well, their credibility as legit scientists have waned. And so they're like, let's move here and start researching those little demon fucks over there. And while wandering around, Karen started to have her memories resurface, because she did mention in the previous album that she isn't sure that she is Calendula Rika. I know I see is lumped into the photo game genre. Like she doesn't really remember her past. She only remembers that she is somehow what is a photo game? It's a game where you take photos of the Damakus. Those who star Aya Shamimaru. Those are the photo games. But yeah, it's more appropriate to call them scene games. Basically, you go through scenes and like, at least for the traditional photo games, you take photos of bullets, and like depending on how good your photos are, you can proceed to the next stages. Is it like a visual novel? No, no, no. You still play. You still suffer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And also, the reason why I see and Violet Detector are counted as those skins, yeah, because she technically can't take photos. It's just like it's not her main item. She just goes through the scenes, the impossible spell cards through use of various items. And Violet Detector is kinda sorta like that as well. You also take photos, but also it's a very bad game. Barely fucking functioning. Trying to teleport in this shit is pain. But yeah, the topic of Karen's past also brought up in the next album, and like she suddenly has memories of her mother, and after they take a night outside, they ultimately end up finding a house which is left by Temeri Harvest, aka Mary. And she's like, okay, yo, this script is yours. I would like to explain some shit, but I kinda can't. I will be fucking murdered way later in the story. Sorry about that. And also, hopefully, you're enjoying your new boyfriend. I kinda ship you too. And Karen's like, wait, no way, we aren't that further in the relationship. Whoever you might be. Well, Iris is actually worrying about the important stuff as to, wait, what the fuck? Why is this house kinda meant for us, first of all, and second of all, why does that person know us? Who this person might even be? But yeah, it is revealed that Emily is Mary. The mother of the Ванаде, эти фото, блять, Ванаде, Harvest Sisters. And yeah, it also talks about the memory contract as well. I'll probably will read out the album someday, but like again, it'll take a while. Again, I just need to introduce you guys to the general picture and what happens next in those games. But yeah, this is the file as I've translated. There's still more, but like the stories have become much more packed. But yeah, in modernism of Romantic City, Karen gets abducted. And you know, from what? Guys, do you wanna know how the fuck did Karen get abducted? Come on, download, you fuck. Okay, it's downloaded. Let me actually pull up the image. Because yes, dear viewer, this shit somehow gets pretty dark. Fuck, the photo's too big. Fuck. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh yeah, shit, that. Badooms. This happens in the next album, by the way. Vonagi just straight up stabs Karen. And that somehow counts as abducting. Now you see why I wanted you guys to be introduced to fucking Aogami series? That's why! What do you mean this shit gets dark? What do you mean this shit gets somehow even darker than fucking len'en? But yeah, Touhou could never. I can't believe Touhou got outmocked by fucking Aogami series of all things. But yeah, let me pull up the omake for the fourth game and I'll go go fuck toilet. Yeah, exactly. Also, I see what you've said. I see what you've said. It is certainly a pot shot at Persona remakes. The way you accidentally dragged a Kim into a rabbit hole when he basically had to decipher ancient ass text. Yeah, also thanks to him, I actually figured out how to decipher those texts. Again, like, it's genuinely just like a coding of shift G's. So, and I can use that, and I can easily do that through Notepad++. So, again, I can now take the large brunt of it myself. Thank you very much. You don't have to suffer for me. Literally, I'm sorry, but P4 Genial doesn't need one unless they seriously fix writing on certain characters. Such as Marie. Marie does nothing. But yeah, like, okay, I won't be reading the full brunt of it because, like, that's when, Sho started collaborating with more people. But yeah, like, he said that, oh yeah, I started to have more playtesters on my side, so hopefully that would mean that at least, like, the fourth game wouldn't be that much of a massive pain to play through. I mean, like, on easy mode, once you figured out how the systems work, those games on easy are easy, but, like, you know, you will face some bullshit at certain points, and just, like, not being able to see bullets. So that is. But he Sho also collaborates with those people on the album as well. Like, they also do the illustrations for the albums. Okay, story. A single house stands alone in pristine snow-covered world. It is Acer's house. One day he had found outside in the middle of winter dressed in summer clothes. Even I think that's a bit too much. Of course not! The village was a warm as summer, but as we got closer it got colder and colder. This is clearly strange. Huh? So what? You're saying your clothes are normal in the village? That's right, but according to calendar, it should definitely be winter now. That means the village's climate is strange. I wonder if it's a work of some wind again. It's a pain, but let's go. And so the two took off towards the village, which was experiencing abnormal midsummer. Winter sun, close to the horizon, grew gently across the silvery ground. That's strange. Oh, what is it? I sense something. A demon's presence. No, this is... You can tell that? I can't. In certain forests far from the village, a demon and a certain woman were talking. But if the presence is real, maybe they finally come. I thought they'd be coming soon. Maybe. I'm going out for a bit. Hide and don't get found. Understood. I'm free, but I can't exactly go either. Loki left the woman and dashed out of the forest. The presence he sensed seemed to be drifting from the direction of the village. Oh yeah, this woman seems to be Mary. It seems to be Mary speaking. I thought it was Vanadia speaking, but no. Since he had like a thought of the contact with her and now is working under Mary, who later is revealed to have died in the album. Legit, she got her ass killed, and now she's gone. Hey Miyabi, is Miyabi there? Yes, I'm back. What can I do for you? Tsubaki Shrine. The voices echo through the deserted shrine. It was Miyabi Uzume, the Shrine Maiden, and Tsubaki Miya Ninigi. There's something I'd like to ask you for. There's something I'm worried about regarding the barrier. Yes, something you're worried about? The barrier may have been partially broken. Probably somewhere around the village, or above the village. If you don't pinpoint the location, Touhou could never kill off an MC. Legit. So you want me to investigate the barrier around the village and if possible find out the cause, is that right? Well, that's about right. I'm counting on you, Miyabi. Leave it to me. I'll be off now. I think that Utsume flew off towards the village to repair the barrier and find out the cause of its destruction. However, the keeping call up in the sky about the village showed no sign of disappearing. Impatiently, the protagonist decided to enter the hall again, infiltrate the demon vault and demand that it be closed. But then someone stood in the way. And now the character profiles. Azure, human, hero of the freezing winter, the familiar blue-haired man. This might be the first time I've written a description for him. He basically lives alone far from the village, so he doesn't notice the strange events in the village until Mary arrived. He has a laid-back and free-spirited personality. Even when he saw the abnormal weather in the village, he only thought, "There's just someone causing trouble." Despite his appearance, he surprisingly has a number of friends. He's close friends with Mary, the village's wizard, and he and Loki, a demon, bump fists every time they meet. So yeah, they became bros. They became bros in between the events of the third and the between the third and the fourth game. Yeah, Loki is also playable in the third game. I forgot about him. Incidentally, bros with actual Loki. Incidentally, after defeating the mastermind of this incident, he received the Valentine's Day sweets from both Mary and Sigun. How inviolable! So yeah, your guy is receiving some Valentine's Day gifts. But there is a catch with Mary's. There is a catch with Mary's Valentine's Day sweets. Mary, wizard, some call it wizard. A member of the wizard family that protects the village's barrier. As usual, she sets out to protect the village and its barrier from the human world. Witnessing the unusual weather in the village, she heads to Azure's house to report it. However, along the way, she realizes that only the village is experiencing the summer-like heat, and she repeatedly regrets leaving the village in dress for midsummer. Perhaps because of this, she predictably catches cold after resolving the incident. She still seems unaware of the mysteries hidden in this world, but perhaps by learning of the existence of the Harvest family, a family that rules over the demon world, she might grasp a part of those mysteries. Incidentally, it seems she hid a large amount of mustard in one of the... Towards the end of the last autumn, he met an autumn fairy named Temeri Harvest. There he was confronted with the fact that her surname was the same of the demon family he once studied under for, and that she was, in fact, not a fairy but a full-fledged demon. Afterwards, he learned various secrets about this world from her. At first he didn't believe her, of course, but the fact that her surname was the same as that of a demon he knew, combined with his own existence of living in both demon world and the human world, he gradually made him trust her. According to her, there was a prediction that the demon world would soon launch some kind of attack on the human world, which was the trigger for the Loki's action during the incident. This incident will likely force him to definitively sever ties with the demon world. From now on, he tends to act on the human side, as one of the inhabitants within the barrier. it's kind of cool that show spins the Marisa like on its head that Mary's fam are protectors of the barrier instead. Yeah, Mary seems to be somehow even more likable than Marisa. I mean, I know my perception is kinda warped by how badly she was butchered in HPM, but holy shit. Like, Mary is actually, a responsible little girl. And I love her for that. So again, she does have insecurities about that, which, well, I'll get to later. That's the reason why I mentioned fucking Magicide. Miyabi Uzume. The elegant flower blooming in the winter sky. A shrine maiden of Tsubaki Shrine, serving Tsubaki Miya Ninigi. As her master is a god involved in the protection of the barrier, she became involved in this incident where the demon world interfered with the barrier. Perhaps because she usually stays in a deserted shrine, she realizes this time that she's not very used to interacting with others. This is why she was by far the most energetic among the main characters. I simply feel sorry for Sigun, who was beaten to a pulp and then treated like a heater. During this incident, Ninigi, who had been following her out of concern, overheard her complaining and her pent-up frustrations were revealed. However, thanks to this, their relationship seems to have deepened even further. So, despite killing his fucking ex-wife, he still has some of the gentle side towards Uzume. And again, like, I do not know the plot of the Autumnal Teens just yet. Because Akim did decompile the dialogues of that game for me. Like, he could have kinda regretted killing his own ex-wife for the sake of getting back at his father-in-law, but still. Jumon Suijaku, Jesus who comes to life in midwinter. Also, guys, let me show you the funniest fucking design ever. Because once you see him, you'll go like you'll understand why we had like such a bad impression of this game. You understand? Seriously, this is just a fucking male. This is just a fucking male, Narumi. This is male Narumi. Narumi, but the guy. Oh, let's continue. Narumi with a dick and balls. Jimon Sujaku. Just a yokai who believes in Buddhism. He has very strong-willed personality, and once he has convinced himself of something, he stops listening to others. Because of this personality, he is defeated by the protagonist. Oh my god, he's so mean, Also, he is a Jizu yokai. His body is not particularly hard as stone. He has a very ordinary body. This because otherwise he wouldn't be able to move. Penguin. Silver flightless yokai boat. Actually, I'm curious how she looks like because I haven't really checked out. Oh wait, not penguin, it's just pengy. Oh my god. What is it? This is just straight up if Angel had sex with Medias and this is their child. This is a child of Medias and Angel. Who becomes more active in winter? The colder the environment, the more power it can unleash. His sense of temperature is removed from that of a normal person. Perhaps because of this, she didn't quite connect with the protagonist of the conversation. What's the Hey, it's the one thing with all the Backyardians. Although she should be quite old, her mental age seems to be quite low. After being defeated by the protagonist, she was apparently happy to receive ice cream from Loki. A lovely doll, a moon rabbit, cutie rabbit from the moon, a rabbit who came from the moon. She appears to be one of the rabbits sent to Earth for reconnaissance. She has a habit of telling the truth about everything, and she blabbed about coming from the moon, descending to Earth for reconnaissance, and being informed that the demon world and the human world had connected. Also, perhaps she is from the moon, she looks down on the Earth people to some extent. She confronts the protagonist by acting cute and trying to belittle them, but her tactics are physically shattered. In the end, she becomes honest. The day she encounters the protagonist was the day she had scheduled a session. The day she encounters the protagonist was the day she had scheduled a session with Aoto. But unfortunately, that plan was easily shattered by the protagonist. Recently, she had been deepening her interactions not only with members of the Skyline, but also spirits who play instruments like a fire. She was drawn into unusual scenery of the village and came up to the skies above it. Ultimately, her fellow instrument playing len'en was knocked down by the protagonist along the way. Although she bravely confronts them, she is defeated. This description makes it sound if the protagonist was the villains, and in fact that is the case. Sigun Asgard, Demon, Flame Burning Madness. The source of the anomaly in the Switzerland and the youngest child of the Asgard family, Loki's younger sister. As part of Princess' preparation for invading the surface world, she was warming the land with her own flames when she was stopped by the protagonist. She has somewhat a naive side, and when faced with Aegir, who had defeated her brother Loki, also a demon, she underestimated him, thinking that humans couldn't possibly defeat demons. Perhaps influenced by her naively honest brother, she has a personality that easily believes anything she's told, and for some reason she became flattered when Aegir called her cute. Through this incident, she was reunited with Loki, and it became an opportunity for her to think about her own future and the future of this world. While she doesn't seem to be able to make the decision to abandon the demon world and move to the human world like her brother, this incident undoubtedly served as an experience that challenged her previous principles of action. Hanagasaki Yukiko, Demon Snow Woman. Snow Woman hated by the winter. A direct subordinate of the Harvest family selected for this human invasion operation. Due to the nature of his species, the Snow Woman naturally prefers cold environments. She has experienced many painful things due to her ability to freeze everything. Because of this, she has come to dislike the cold that reminds her of that past, and in this operation she instructed her subordinates, as mentioned earlier, but also as an action taken in hopes that someone from the human world would come to stop it, sensing these visible abnormalities. When the protagonist actually appeared, she felt both fear of killing someone again and the expectations that they might defeat her and cause the plan to fail. With the failure of this plan, her trust was shattered. The wound may never heal, but for her, this may have been a better outcome than destroying the human world. And Vanadier Harvest is back! Bloodstained Golden Demon. A demon from the Harvest family. She travels between the demon world and the human world, trying to achieve her master's objectives. She generally kept her affiliation with the Harvest family a secret from her comrades and subordinates, but a certain incident prompted her to reveal her true identity. Last autumn, she visited Tsubaki Shrine, displaying a carefree demeanor and speech, but this time she gives the impression of having solidified her resolve and becoming stronger. Wait, wait, guys, is that a fucking... Midori? Is that fucking Midori? That's a fucking knife still the fucking Midori from len'en? That's so fucking still what the fuck is this? Why are you seeing this? God, are you seeing this? I did not fucking even pay attention to the fucking name, but holy Jesus Christ! I like how the omakis are kind of epilogues with the characters. It seems that this incident led to a break with Loki, with whom she was once an ally. Wait, let me actually remind myself who... No way! Okay, the spelling is kinda gummy having big writing and then you get hit with Midori's that the other's full name is like 2 characters removed. Actually, technically that would make double plagiarism because like remember Midori from Touhou fan game? Like her being a supposed subterranean enemies and phantasm character and her name is Midori and she's also a half-breed. Like half a yokai and half a human and she is red and also has resentment towards like, you know, humanity. And then we get Wama no Aki no Midori, who is also a halfling and also has resentment towards her family and also red. And now we have this. Legit, Papa could have had legit Papa could have had show at this. He could have had show at this. Lace demon pessimist who gazes up at the moon. A friend of Yukiko and the one who suggested continuing this operation to the master. He generally has a gentle personality and is not very belligerent. His principles of action seem too different from those of the demons who followed the Harvest family, and he showed interest in actions of the moon regarding this incident. His objective is to infiltrate the human world by using the Harvest family's goal of invading it. Imagine Midori is like #1 common Japanese name. And then invade the moon via the human world. Perhaps for this reason, he wasn't particularly keen on completing the destroying the human world, and was one of the people who advocated continuing to interfere. Exploring his past would likely reveal the meaning in his principles of actions and objectives, but for now it remains a mystery. Who exactly are the inhabitants of the moon and what is his true objective? Once again, the resolution of the anomaly has given rise to new mysteries. Actually, I'm curious what his profile says. He strongly supported the act of connecting the human world and the demon world and advised them to keep the barrier destroyed as possible, even in an event of an anomaly. The reason is not certain, but it seems that behind this is the existence of the moon and a certain important person. It's said that he himself abandoned the human path and walked the demon path in order to fulfill that purpose. It originally existed in the human world. He was waiting in the lower world for that moment in order to meet his wife, who had been separated due to various circumstances. Eventually, he and his wife are worried about this cruel world and their own fate. With advice from people sort of outside world, they decide to commit suicide together. However, he survived without his wife. Normally, he would have died if things have gone according to plan. He would have been able to be with his wife forever in the underworld, however he survived. Before he knew, he was in the demon world and became a direct subordinate of the House family, continuing his activities under the pretext of destroying the human world. A world without a wife meant nothing to him and was boring. I don't have the freedom to choose to die. I betrayed myself, I hate everything in the world. He vowed revenge on everyone by abandoning the human path and becoming obedient to the Harvest family. I will meet the only girlfriend I loved again. So I think that this was the Hikaboshi. The Hikaboshi guys that they met in the second album. But still, like, the funniest fucking name imaginable. Like, holy shit. Sure, you weren't fucking smooth with that one. Or at the very least, how the fuck did you not think about being way too fucking similar to another Oama no Ake no Mitori? Let me actually verify the spelling. No, really, it is Oama no Ake Kamitori. Legit, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Also, my throat is fucking god. I need to oil my fucking throat because I got too carried over from laughing my ass off. Fuck. And I thought Mary was bad. In Japanese, it's literally Marisa, but removed. Okay, time to see the Requiem of 8-foot in Doomsday. Oh yeah, in this time he kinda also had help with designing the characters, but it's not a particularly big help. But the characters that the person had created will arrive in the later game as well, because like the issue is this character doesn't have a fucking sprite made for them. Huh? What the Ah, wait, I realize what happened here. The spring was somehow noisy. The spring had arrived in the barrier world as well. The surroundings were filled with pink of cherry blossoms, and the breath of life could be heard from all directions. It seemed like a perfectly normal spring, unlike last year. However, the outside world was far worse. Disasters of all kinds were erupting everywhere, and it was said that large numbers of people were dying. I know technically Touhou-9 did that as well, but holy shit. So it seems the next enemy is outside the barrier. Just trying to break the barrier, huh? Looks like there are some troublemakers again. At Asia's house, Mary, visiting him as usual, explained what seemed to be happening in the outside world. I don't know if it's related to the disasters hitting outside world, but either way, we need to deal with it quickly, or things will get serious. That's true, if the barrier is really broken, just thinking about it is a pain. I was looking forward to enjoying the cherry blossom this year. As usual, he's busy eliminating those causing trouble. He gathers various pieces of information along the way and glimpses of various interesting intersecting, блядь, intersecting intentions, but in reality, he doesn't think too deeply about it. For now, he thinks it's fine since the problem is solved. Come to think of it, his true identity is shrouded in mystery. He's a human living within the barrier, and he acts to protect humans and the barrier from monsters. That's all about all we know for now. He himself is carefree, but something may happen that will change that. Mary, Amber magical girl, another typical magical girl. Is it just the author's imagination, or does she seem to get cuter with each new walk? She heard about the anomalies in the outside world from her mother. Hello, are we there? Hello? Are we there? Are we back? Back, okay. She had been warned not to go outside the barrier this time. This was because there was concern that if the inhabitants of the barrier went outside more than necessary, more people would come to believe in the barrier's existence, making the situation even worse. However, that warning seems to have easily broken. Having been involved in the flower anomaly last year, she had often suffered from guilt. Perhaps sensing this, her master, Watashi, seems to have enlisted her in this matter, and it appears to have had some effect. Chiliot Bloliso feels like playing with an elementary school student. Wings on her back shine in the sunlight and moonlight, each emitting a different glow. If you see a faint fairy-like firefly-like light amongst the cherry blossom trees on a spring night, it's often her wings. Shiratsumi Yotsuha brings happiness. Normally she's gentle and rarely gets angry, but seeing the protagonist knocking down plants as they advance, she became enraged and bravely confronted them. It seems she can't tolerate harm to the plants. Melissa Honey, enchanting harm to the plants. Melissa Honey, enchanting wind beat of her hive with honey she had collected. After being beaten up by the protagonist, she was driven out of the forest by the fairies who took advantage of her weakened state. Hermes Lucion, a human, lonely barrier master of the boundary. A barrier master who guards the barrier near its boundary. He usually deals with barrier anomalies that Tsubaki's rank alone cannot handle. His surname is Lucion, and that surname matches the name of the family of humans who once made the memory contract. It is unclear how he is involved in the works of this world, but there may be some meaning to the fact that he is currently guarding the barrier of the human world. He has a master-servant relationship with Regina, the leader of the barrier, and acts as her assistant. Incidentally, he doesn't seem to respect Regina very much. Shirayuri Arisu, a dramatist of the sorrow. A yokai who is slightly lighter than living in the outside world. She usually makes a living by pretending to be a wandering merchant who reads picture stories. Despite her eccentric appearance and the fact that she goes around reading picture stories, she seems to have been fairly well adjusted to the outside world until now. She was often active at a nearby university, and it is said that she has some secret student fans who agree with her ideology. She seems to have had some kind of realization after actually witnessing the desolate human world. She had always held apocalyptic thoughts, but it seems she had become more aware that they were becoming reality, and that she had grasped a part of the truth hidden beneath the surface. She could only express this tragedy through a picture story shows. Perhaps one day, a certain tragedy will be told within the world she creates. Uko Kumio Yata, Underworlder. Jet Black Winds bring death, a guide for the dead, said to have come from the underworld. Despite the fact that the number of deaths should have increased due to the disaster, no souls were coming to the underworld and descended to the mortal world out of suspicion. He was dissatisfied with the various inactions regarding the whole connected to the underworld open last year, and he came to the underworld. But often beings with physical bodies like this manage them. It's certain that the protagonist will one day reach the underworld, but will it be as a dead or... Oh yeah, that foreshadows the next game. This foreshadows the next game. Reiga and Reina, soulbound possessed by corpses. Vengeful spirit duo at the center of this incident. They are named Reiga and Reina, but since they are merely beings from the accumulation of multiple vengeful spirits, their actual names are uncertain. Also, this actually motivates me to pull off something very funny. I swear it will be I fucking forgot his name, but oh, okay. The two were proposed to carry out a plan by someone. The plan was to steal the barrier's ability to create barriers from the barrier's leader and cover the human world with a barrier to save it. To achieve this, they first needed to incite people in the outside world to believe in the barrier's existence, and then, by creating the instability in the barrier's logical strength, make them aware of their own presence. This was because they wanted to fight on their own turf outside world rather than on enemy's turf. While they initially succeeded, they were ultimately defeated by the protagonist. As the two had said, this was an act to save the human world, and it seems only a matter of time before the human world is destroyed if the things continue as they are. What exactly is the true nature of this disaster? This disaster, which created the two, led to the creation of this plan. Until that is uncovered, this anomaly may not be over. Regina, I mean. Mari's mother and the leader of all mages who govern the world of the barrier. She possesses Lucy's power, Aogami, which creates barriers and freely separates the worlds hidden within her body. Despite the barriers nearly being destroyed in this incident, she didn't take any particularly noticeable action, which puzzles the protagonist, leading to the battle. Her abilities, along with her memories, have been passed down through the generation of barrier mages. This is the fact that the barrier continued to exist until the present day. The next inheritor of her abilities is said to be Mary, but the method of inheritance and the vault memories that she will need to inherit along with it will undoubtedly be of immense importance to her. This incident seems to have been somewhat anticipated by her, and it appears that she had been devising various plans while leaving the handling of the vengeful spirit to the protagonist. The origins and objectives of her plan are largely shrouded in mystery. According to her, demons are involved in this incident as well. The demon world has frequently been involved in incidents involving barriers, and it seems this time is no exception. With creator of the barriers now revealed, the story that follows will likely accelerate. The unimaginable tragedy woven into the world's memory is only just the beginning. And now for the Amaki for the final game that we have currently, not counting spin-offs. Hello. Oh yeah, there's like a lot of fucking characters. I mean, a lot of people involved in this. Holy shit. The season was summer and the time was night. The village of the hidden world located within the barrier world. There, the several figures were gathered around a single woman. The woman at the center, Regina, spoke to those gathered around her. For someone who usually only joked around, her face was unusually serious. Now, are you ready? So, let me tell you our objective. From now on, Angel and Mary, you two will go to the underworld and negotiate with the leader of the underworld. Negotiate what exactly? Negotiating to protect Banshee Harvest, the holder of Kur. Welcome to the lagging room! Actually, let's put on fucking SMT5 battle music in the background. I mean, it's only fitting with how dark the story somehow gets. Well, to put it simply, that's about it. These two will be assisting us on a journey to the underworld like this. Oh wait, let me put in the beginning. This time her finger was pointed towards the awesome inhabitants of the barrier who had gathered. That's good. Asian and Mary, your minds can now interfere with your bodies. Hey, what have you done? There's a limit how much you can interfere. Just wait a moment. Now you two can become strong as the number of humans and demons here. Here, right? Isn't that great? Now you can face even the strongest of underworlds with ease. Hey Mary, can't you do something about your mother? No way, this is hopeless. I suppose we have no choice but to obey. This is going to be tough. This time too. Angel and Mary looked at each other and sighed. A long, long journey through the underworld began on a certain summer night. The protagonists have finished their battle with the leader of the underworld. Ultimately, the fate of Banshee, the whole owner of Kurogami, is not clearly entrusted to anyone, and its ownership becomes struggle between the Barrier faction and the Demon faction. Humans and demons. And now we have his surname, Asia Chelukion, human, Chelukian clan. The familiar blue-haired guy. His long surname will surely be recognizable for those in the know. Regarding this matter, since there isn't a clear anomaly that needs to be resolved, he seems somewhat motivated. Not that you must not mention Uzume. She was probably in a bad mood from the start. The child of the Red God, or Aogami. Mary, magician. The usual orange magician. This time she's dressed more stylishly than usual to face the anomaly. It seems that this operation was planned by her mother, Regina, but even her daughter wasn't told the details. Perhaps because of this, she was inwardly surprised when her mother suggested a journey to the underworld. She seems to have a lot of trouble dealing with her free-spirited mother. She fights by having her younger brother Senju and her apprentice Masrina possess her. Senju's thoughtfulness and Masrina's free spirit combined with their deep pre-existing relationship seem to suit her temperament very well. Seeing her constantly changing personality in this game, I secretly hope that some players will open new doors to themselves. The perpetually unfortunate hunter, Enshi Karune, a human who lives in the Kamui forest as a hunter. He makes a living by hunting down beasts and providing them to the village, but his eyesight, which is crucial for a hunter, is not very good, so he's usually lying down. It's rare to see him standing. Due to his poor eyesight, he sometimes mistakes yokai for beasts and targets them, which is why he's commonly called a yokai hunter. He was reportedly severely reprimanded for shooting down a celestial rat flying above the forest. Stage 1 boss. Ghost Scavenger Izuma Kinka. A yokai that appears at night in ancient battlefields and disaster sites. She lights a blue torch to lure the dead and evil spirits, feeding on their resentment. She lights a blue torch to lure the dead and evil spirits, feeding on their resentment. The spirits whose resentment is consumed are led to the underworld, making her a yokai that can be considered the cleaner of the evil spirits on Earth. Naturally, the vengeful spirits cling to her, and perhaps because of this, she is even shunned by forest yokai. She is one of those characters whose unfortunate circumstances due to her ability stand out. She is generally quiet, has extremely submissive personality, but she is still a yokai. She will get angry and attack if her appearance is mocked. She genuinely believes that she can befriend the living by turning them into the dead. The Death Princess, Spectre Death Princess, who is favored by evil spirits, Kakarana Levnante. She once lived as an ordinary human, but after a tragedy in her family, she has lived alone in the forest ever since. Her magic, which allows her to control evil spirits and the undead, was acquired to hold on to the souls of her lost relatives, and the souls of her family float around her. Because she came from a large family, the number of vengeful spirits is immense, enough to completely hide her. Because she came from a fairly noble family, she usually speaks politely, but when angered, she loses all restraints and calls insults with foul language. Possess Vengeance, Yehira Ehira, a Heian period warrior who once studied under Sayu, the master of the Vengeful Spirit Hall. He was caught up in the past turmoil and executed, becoming a vengeful spirit. After reviving during the last summer's turmoil, he maintains his physical form by possessing the bodies of living people. Because of his resentment was not as powerful as those of Fujiwara clan of Sayo, his physical body seems to have been destroyed in the underworld. Due to these circumstances, his appearance said to have completely different from how he was back then, and for that reason he continued to quietly guard the Vengeful Spirit Palace without going to meet Sayo directly. After being lectured and beaten up by protagonists, he apparently decided to go to the Vengeful Spirit Palace, even though he feared being seen as an outsider. So yeah, I told you like the second game will be brought up eventually. Stage 3 boss, colorless princess of the other shore, Alla Loudpiece, demon. Demon who guarded the boundary between the underworld and the mortal world. She was one of those who participated in the invasion of the human world planned in early spring. She was one of those who was swayed by the memory of Burberg that had planted in her mind that the House family were benefactors of the demon world and barrier forces from invading from the underworld in this plan, and her abilities were considerable. Therefore, the hatred from her jealousy seemed to be exceptionally strong. Even though the invasion plan had failed due to Vanadia's imprisonment in the demon world, she continued to adhere to the plan. She longed for an idol that no longer exists in this world, and for all fabricated memories. Yata Ukokumio, a demonic bird that manages the dead underworld. The protagonists meet him in the mortal world during the spring incident, and this time they will fight in the underworld, which could be considered his home turf. He himself is a being that manages the dead while traveling through the underworld, and it seems he is not under any particular authority. Perhaps because of this time he did not pursue protagonist too far, only interfered slightly. Mighty Arm of Kongo 1000, Ibara Ohe. The Oni clan, which boasts the greatest power in the underworld. The term Oni apparently refers to a race born from inbreeding of humans and demons, who once settled near the border between the demon world and the human world. He himself was one of these Oni, living near the border of demon world during his lifetime. However, as Burbeck continued his invasion of the demon world, Oni with human blood were deemed dangerous elements were eliminated by demons whose memories have been altered. Thus, the Oni race disappeared from the surface world, and now they are said to be a major force in the underworld. While dealing with the intermittent attacks on the underworld demons that had happening since spring, he was investigating why this was happening. It was clear that the demons were targeting Banshee Harvest, the owner of Kuragami, who was imprisoned in the meditation garden. The plan's originator was Burberg, the man who had killed them all in the past. And the Banshee was his daughter. Based on these two deductions, he and the other demons decided to side with Hermes, the Barrier faction, with the objective of protecting Banshee and the outpost devs. It seems such a strange cycle of reincarnation exists in this world. So yeah, that guy helped our protagonist to go on the right path. Guardian of the Decaying Memories, Hell Asgard. The head of the meditation garden, managing the memories of the dead. During the process of maintaining her physical body, perhaps your body could not regenerate completely. Half her body has decayed. To conceal her hideous appearance, she apparently covers her entire body with a large cloth that she normally wears on her head. Normally, she purifies the memories of the dead in the meditation garden and manages them there. She also handles the deceased who are not subject to her management, such as Banshee and Himiko, and manages eventual spirits like Sayo and Fujiwara family. As her surname's Asuka suggests, she comes from a demon family in the demon world and was originally a pure demon. The Asgard family was originally the family that inherited the Kigami, one of Lucy's powers. In her lifetime, she was inheritor of that ability, and in the family lineage, the mother of Logi and Sigun. So, how many mothers do we have? We have, Kohana, Mary, Hell. Fuck, I think I'm forgetting someone, but I cannot tell who. But yeah, there's a lot of mothers in this game. Oh wait, also Regina, yeah, Regina. So currently 4 mothers. 4 confirmed mothers. However, the contract was activated by Banshee's suicide, erasing her memories. Furthermore, with Berberg's power stolen, the Asgard family came under the protection of the Harvest Fair and holds such sorrowful memories. She stands that the demons targeting Banshee, and she roughly suspects that the culprit is the one who brutally killed her, but she maintains a neutral stance and does not side with the protagonist. Conversely, it seems her stance is that she will not interfere no matter whose hands Banshee falls into. The hatred, the sorrow, and even the love her. Midgard's Harvest, the Underworlder. The current leader of the Underworld who commands the dead of the Underworld. He resides in the meditation garden located at the lowest level of the Underworld, where he manages the dead alongside Hell. In his lifetime, as his name suggests, he was a member of Harvest family, and thus was inheriting the contract. He's the father of Burberg and also memory, a member of House family. He was the one who was opposed to Burberg's relationship with Mary, who came from a demon world to the very end, and unlike his son, he maintained a conservative stance towards the contract. He was killed by Mary and Karen when abducted by demons, and Burberg followed them to the demon world. He was killed by his son for the purpose of suppressing the unexpected activation of the contract and creating a false House family. Now the pure House family is extinct, and he, barely maintaining his physical body in the underworld, could be described as the last survivor of the House family. A little while ago in the spring, with Burberg's and Mary's souls came to the underworld, he was so fulfilled with hatred that he imprisoned their souls in the meditation garden. While it is strictly forbidden to let personal feelings interfere with the management of the dead, perhaps this is only with such overwhelming resentment one can assume the role of the ruler of the underworld. Incidentally, the position of the Lord of Underworld is passed down from when a soul possessing such immense resentment that the current world cannot cope appears, and that soul is restored to physical form. In other words, because he possessed such an overwhelming resentment that the Lord of Overworld at the time of his death could not process it, and he became the current Lord of the Underworld. Thus, the Underworld has survived through his continuous chain of sorrow and hatred. The Underworld is said to have been created when the human world and the demon world were formed, that is, with the arrival of progenitor Lucy. In the long history leading up to that point, how many humans and demons have been sacrificed and wandered into this land? His existence too may be just one page in a long history. Leader of Draken Awakening, Kiki Shutendo. The leader who oversees the Oni of the Underworld. She is said to be the only Oni of the current Underworld with a direct connection to the meditation garden. She always carries a large cup with her and is always drinking some kind of alcohol. The question how she procures alcohol in the Underworld and why she can drink alcohol as if it were water without any problem is said to be one of the 7 wonders of the Underworld. Currently, prevailing theory is that because she is always drinking, the concept of hangover does not exist for her. In any case, despite being such an extraordinary drinker, she always maintains a cheerful and bright disposition. In other words, there were many tragic paths and her presence is significant, and she enjoys the deep trust of the demons. In this battle for Kuragami, the demons will take the position of supporting barrier forces by having her take the lead in confronting the demons. This is because the House family, who lie behind the demon forces, are the root of the demons' extinction from the surface world, and in that sense, demons are recognized as common enemy with the barrier forces. However, it is unclear whether her attacks on the protagonist is a camouflage to prevent demon strategy from being discovered by the meditation garden, or simply because she wanted to fight, probably both. Incidentally, the underworld operation led by Regina, which has been ongoing since spring, as follows. First, guide Hermes to the underworld and protect the Banshee here, carrying out this process before the demons. Ultimately, Banshee and Hermes were captured by Hell and imprisoned in the meditation garden. Realizing this, Regina decided to move on to the next plan. This was the current incident, but the reason she waited until summer was to consider Shirogami's abilities within the barrier and the whereabouts of Kigami, whose identity she still couldn't determine, and how to deal with the spring barrier abnormality. As a result of the demon's activities began to decline in the summer, making the plan somewhat less burdensome for the protagonist. In any case, the presence of Oni was indispensable for her execution of the plan. It is unclear whether Regina had factored all of this into her calculations, but there's no doubt that the series of actions by the demons worked to the advantage of the forces. Thus, the protagonist wins their battle with her and headed straight to the meditation garden. Whether they managed to safely protect the Banshee is still unknown, but it seems the matter in the underworld can finally be resolved. And this is the last game. So is anyone alive? Is anyone fucking alive at this point? Answer me. Oh, fuck my throat. Let's close the character profiles for now. I'll only keep Honokas because of the funny. Yes. Okay. Now we finally get to see the continuation. I won't be reading too much into spin-off. At least like I'm not feeling to. Because I haven't like gone through the lore of the spin-off games that were in the past. But I would like you to look at the characters. Oh wait, there is the companion of characters. Why did I open way too many fucking scenarios that I won't be reading for now? But yeah, as you can see, it is a collaboration with Mushi. So that's why the art style is a little different. Hero of the Blue World, Aegir Kelukion. The human who saw the abnormalities that threaten the barrier world. There seem to be many reasons why he is from here, but he himself has no doubts, live every day in a relaxed manner. In this incident, his appearance suddenly changed and his head and body became slightly taller than usual. Perhaps because of this, after the incident subsided, he seemed a little disappointed when he saw his own height shrink. Result of the real world. I did not fucking expect that the art style change would be factored into the story. What the fuck? One of her family visitors living in the village. She was in a village with a lot of people, and was the first to notice the abnormality went to Asia to tell him about it. The reason why she goes out of her way to report to him, even though she is competing with him to resolve the problem, maybe due to kind of rivalry she has with him. Through this incident, she felt once again the fragility and instability of the barrier world, and it seemed that she had many thoughts about how she would eventually inherit the world. However, she also wanted to avoid being at mercy of her mother any longer on barrier-related topics, and it seemed she complained to her younger brother after the incident ended. Sujira Kojimon. These are monsters that entered Buddhism. Although he usually lives in the forest, he sometimes comes to his village and devotes himself to missionary activities. This like Toko character seeing Kurumi being like, oh my god, woman is actual blessed. I thought like the temple where he studied for is not well known even in the village, and perhaps because of the concept of Buddhism is not so well established, it is not well recognized. However, perhaps because he continued his activities until his popularity rose to the point where he was able to penetrate the human community even though he was a yokai. The captain of wizards in the village, Senju. A captain who brings together the wizards of village. He is also Mary's younger brother and a descendant from Regina, the wizard who is said to be the strongest in the barrier world. Despite his timid personality, he continued to study in his own way, and now has the highest level of ability after his older sister and mother. It seems that his goal is to suppress his older sister someday. In this incident, he gave instruction to the village wizard and worked hard to suppress the chaos of the village. This behind-the-scenes role may be important in solving strange problems. Aristocratic witch in 7 colors, Rococo Medicia. Once the wizards living in the village, Medicia family is one of the most aristocratic families in the village, known as a fairly famous famous family. Also, yes, I know she looks like even more like Marisa. Shut the fuck up. Although she comes from such a family, her aristocratic and elegant appearance does not seem to suit her, and she openly flaunts her tomboyish personality. Perhaps because of this, her relationship with her family doesn't seem to be very good. She is not born with such high qualities as magician, so she usually engages in battles, rely on magic tools. It seems Wataru frequents the antique shop run by Wataru, which is located in the outskirts of the village. Okay, this is actually bootleg Marisa. This is actually bootleg Marisa. Shrine Maiden and the Autumn Shrine, Otsumi Miyabi. Shrine Maiden of Tsubaki Shrine. Although she is a Shrine Maiden, she has no strong aspect as a servant also of Ninigi. It seems she often goes to villages to procure food and carry out missionary work at the shrines, and seems to be gradually used to talking to humans. All the efforts of missionary activities are in vain, as there are almost no people visiting the shrine at this time. Recently, her desire to improve her skills and maintain a public order in the barrier walls has been growing, and Niki seems to be having a lot of trouble as her training partner. Niki no Tsubaki Miya. He is in Shrine Deity of Tsubaki Shrine and plays a role in protecting the river? The barrier, not the fucking river. Where the fuck did they get the river from? Recently, through his hemming up with Uzume, he seems to be acutely aware of his lack of exercise. Also, he was aware that now abnormality had occurred somewhere in the barrier during this incident. He was not very cooperative with resolving it, probably because it was outside his control area. Incident. This time, Regina, the head of the barrier, would try to respond, but the balance of the barrier may be dangerous as it is surprisingly fragile and prone to collapse. An antique shop that travels through history, Wataru Kaneguma. A survivor of a demon clan that runs an antique shop in the village. More than 10 years ago, he escaped the clutches of demons and wandered into a human world, where he was protected by the barrier. He continued to work to clarify why his race was targeted by demons and driven to extinction. And in addition to being owner of the antique shop, he also has a face of a historian and adventurer. As a demon, he has strong arms and is said to be relied upon for something in the village. He is one of the few friends with Rokoko, a wizard who often comes to the antique stores, and he doesn't seem to have any bad feelings about his daily life. Listening to her complaints and listen to her complaints. Also, yeah, this is where, like, Karen, instead of being calendar, Karen is now Karen Harvest. Also, this practice fucking cracks me up because, like, they look like they're going to beat the shit out of me while holding hands like a cute couple right here. Like, I know it is also a big moment that, oh god, the CD characters appeal here as well, but holy Jesus Christ, the sprite legit cracks me up. They look like they're going to beat the shit out of me while holding hands. While holding fucking hands. A duo of scientists of the barrier. A person from the outside who lives in a small house located in the forest. When Karen loses her memory, Aru suggests that she tries flying, and they run into protagonists. Good or bad timing. They're going to visit the death on Valentine's Day? It seems that the two have not visited the village much since the incident in spring, and it seems that it has been a long time since they met the main characters. I can't help but feel they are also becoming ingrained in the common sense of the barrier world, as the battle develops into a battle with an acquaintance they have met in the first time in a while. Guardian of Aogami, Regina. Oh yeah, she looks like this. So yeah, I was not fucking joking when I said she is the Yukari of this world. The head of the wizard, who commands the White Berry World, and the person who inherits the Aogami power. She was the one to notice the cause of the incident, and she headed to the place where the barrier had been destroyed and worked to stabilize it. Since she knew that the culprit was at the end of the hall, she apparently did not completely repair the barrier and wait for the protagonist to arrive. Even she, who is responsible for numerous operations entering the barrier world, had little information about the world connection on this case. In this case, this incident may leave its name as one of the largest incidents ever. A dream eater that shows off the world. Yumemi Utamura. A monster that flows between the world and feeds on the dreams of both in nature world. In this incident, she is terminated simply because she happened to be in the same world as the culprit. She is one of the common victims when solving the strange problems. Because she lives a life of peeking into the dreams from a world where no one is usually around, she is not used to talking to real people. Even when the main characters usually arrive between worlds, they were in a state of impatience, because she was acutely aware at the low level of her own responsiveness that exposed this case. After the incident subsided, she seems to be depressed by herself in a while. I thought she was sleeping the boat! I mean, she could be. She's sweeping the boat towards Mukai. But now she is a rare being who can interfere with many worlds, albeit through a medium of dreams. It seems that she has no intention of staying in the specific world, but this incident has sparked an interest in the world of barriers. And a phantom divine beast that will be passed down from generation to generation. Tora Utagawa. A projection of Nua, an entity that lives between worlds, interferes with each world in all its forms. Her existence is both of a monster and a beast, as well as a god and a human. It is uncertain and mysterious, and no one knows the details. She has a cheerful personality, but she is also belligerent as other monsters. She has a great power, and it seems if you take the wrong step, the entire world will be thrown into chaos. That's why she usually refrains from directly landing on the ground and interfering. By throwing her, the abnormality temporarily came to an end, but it was only the outthrow of one of the many Nua, and it may not be possible to say that the abnormality was completely resolved on that alone. Mitoki Zaya. Oh yeah, this character actually appears in Iten, which is created by Mushi. Like, I swear this is like the... Yes, this is her. This is her. So we have a cameo out here. Is that monster energy? Probably. Wait, let me actually look into if that other guy appears. Yeah, this is like the other protagonist. Ah yes, the Mukai is pirate one. Mukai Genri. Mukai Genri. Okay, the reason why Papa might have targeted the series. A researcher who studies Sekai Watari in the temporal world, she is the second daughter of the Saya family. This incident occurred because of the world of barriers where Aizu and his friends was connected to the other world, and so he took advantage of the cracks in the barrier to continue remain even when after the incident subsided to reach the world of the barrier. She herself to seem to have hoped that it would lead to discovery of something new. After fighting Mary and the hero and was shown around the village, it seems that she had good conversation with Iroh, a scientist from the outside world who she met in the village, and that she was listening intently to the wisdom developed from the developed science from the outside world. However, by the time she returned to the outer world, she had forgotten about it for some reason. The third son of the Kaimo clan, oh wait, no, of the Kagiri clan, Kagiri Kainai. The third son of a demon who lives in the interportal world. He was also one of the few people who was working hard to realize Sekai Watari, like he was with Mitoki, and was looking for a way to apply the results obtained from this incident to Sekai Watari. Meanwhile, when he wandered into the world, he saw the residents who looked similar to everyone he had seen in the otherworldly during the strange times. This was due to the unusual origin of Noah being of each world, connecting the two worlds and swapping their shapes. But due to the misunderstanding, he suspected the involvement of the barrier and accidentally encountered Azure, leading to a battle. After a misunderstanding resolved, Azure took him to the village where he heard various stories of this world. Even though he took time to explore another world, for some reason he ended up acting a local walker to quell the commotion. It was a visit that was at some bad timing. Now, for the scenarios that we can actually kinda give a shit about. And now, to set the mood. Because we'll be playing the official music from this. Thank you for picking Aogami Economia. This is the seventh installment of Barrage as SCG style creation in which blue and orange people work hard. Up to 6th edition, it has been actually released as an STG game. This work is not STG. Conversation music as you're playing STG, a chemical novel that doesn't look like a Barrage STG. Well then, welcome to the world of the Blue God. A certain barrier autumn day, the village was busy preparing for annual fertility festival, and the atmosphere was always busier. The two shadows looked down upon such a lovely village. The usual blue and orange haired who took a carefree in the soft autumn breeze. Oh, it's quite lively. Why don't you just come and help me without being this? You have free time anyway. I'm not from the village, so it doesn't matter. You should help. You came so I'm not dating. Man, I did not actually expect actual release. That might be a mistranslation. For some reason, when I was translating the albums, sometimes the program would translate Airu like talking to Karen as Airu talking to her boyfriend. Not only did it trans Airu's gender, but also trans Karen's gender and made Karen to be Airu's boyfriend. There's no one else you can talk to other than me, right? It's necessary care. That's right. We said he suddenly looked up at the sky. Beyond his gaze was a bright blue color that was clearly different from the usual autumn sky. The sky. Don't you think it's strange no matter how you look at it? Oh, if you ask me. A little later, she looks up at the bright sky. Apparently, it wasn't until he pointed out that she realized. That's rare for you. Did you never notice until now? Yeah, maybe because I was busy preparing for the festival. It's true that the villagers don't seem to care at all. Or maybe so. Well, that's good. Let's go, right? Of course. Yes, if you leave this alone, it might be a little bad. Thus we took off to the blue autumn sky. I just saw the black shadow suddenly appeared and disappeared, as if hidden into the past. And now for the introduction of the main characters. Kiryuki Azure. Go back. We haven't done. But yeah, I like rendering on this one. The blue-haired person that you always know. This time, or rather, this time as well, we will work hard to resolve the anomalies that occurred at the barrier. Up until now, the investigation often began when Mary, the one who first noticed something unusual, visits him from the village, but this time, on the contrary, when he visits the village, the reality of the strange situation is made known. This incident was so great that it covered the entire barrier, and it seemed it was enough to put his feelings into actions. By the way, the closest he was when solving something strange problem changed a little by little every time. He has no interest in clothing, but because of his cleanliness, he has a lot of stock. Yeah, he's apparently a very neat guy. Like, he lives alone and is pretty self-sufficient. Like, he always keeps his surroundings neat and tidy. And like, you know how he mentions the flower bed? Yeah, apparently he also keeps flowers. So he has a lot of, like, you know, penchants for cleanliness. Which is admittedly a very neat detail, if I say so myself. The usual visit of the village. This time she will always head ahead with dressed in the familiar clothes. Asia's goals. She usually lives in the village and yeah, he's a gardener. She usually lives in a village and immediately notices something is wrong, but she doesn't seem to be feeling this time. Was it because they were busy preparing for the coming fertility festival, or there was another reason? It's not clear, but supposedly her quick actions after Azel pointed out were amazing. By the way, it seems that the broom she carries is not special in... I'm pretty sure Aogami 1 said something that if he wasn't gonna something that he probably wouldn't have... Yeah, exactly. So it's also Mary. It was Mary who's like, yo, look outside, the flowers are gone. And he's like, oh really? Oh shit, for real? I thought like, oh yes, that's why I even checked out the side game. Though he also appears in the previous side games, if I remember correctly. Let me check. Look outside! And now the characters we all love and know have transformed into something horrific. Yeah, he didn't appear in Maslinas. Not really, but I do have something else. We actually have Otohime. Let me show you. File format, fuck. let me try and correct this. Huh? What is she? I guess I'll try and make another image. There we go. So yeah, that's how Otohime looks like. Look at Asgard. Demon from the demon world who lives in the village. He is from Asgard family, which was the successor family of Kigami. He was given an overview of the circumstances surrounding this incident by Iroh, with whom he had once shared his power in a plan to overthrow the Harvest family. What kind of enemy should the barrier attempt to deal with from now on, and what does this change in the sky mean? Perhaps it was a coincidence that he wasn't feeling very well today, but his initial movements were delayed until he noticed an unnaturally blue sky. However, the speed with which he moves towards the resolving incident is unique to him, who has been living in the barrier for more than a year. By the way, he always values his relationship with people in the demons of the village, and the trust he built up does not make him think him as a foreigner. He's also planning to participate in the year's fertility festival, but it seems to have been helping with the preparations until the incident was resolved. Captive Destroyer Vanadia Harvest. Oh, this... I mean, it's kind of like a bootleg of Vagina theme from the DDC, but I actually prefer this one instead. The eldest of the Harvest sisters, who have Harvest blood, that inherits the contract. She received the orders from Regina to resolve the incident and contribute to the stability of the barrier, and began walking. Although she seemed dissatisfied, it seems she is reluctantly forced to obey by the power of the color controlled by her magic. On the way, she seems to be criticized for being a bad monster or a sinner, but that's more simply a matter of trusting her appearance. I cannot fucking speak her name. It's a mermaid from the fucking DDC. I'm sorry, but my dyslexic ass cannot fucking comprehend that name, let alone speak it. It hasn't been long since she came to this world, but she doesn't seem to have any intentions on getting used to the barrier dwellers. By the way, one of her hobbies is swimming in the sea. Apparently, when she lived in the demon world, she would take occasional breaks in the nearby coast. Like Arasagi Hime. Oh yeah, Nebula is back! Nebula is back after appearing in the... I forgot making him appears in. It wasn't fucking the second or the third game. I genuinely forgot. But yeah, he's back! It is blue. Is this the case with all the skies around here? Hello! Goddess of love and fertility, free camellia. What's wrong with that hurry? Let's take it slower. That's what I want to do. Who are you? I'm a fairy of fertility. I've been waiting for this golden scenery. Everyone works so hard to cultivate it. I'm looking forward to this year's harvest season. That's fine enough. Fine though, you're better than that. Don't you care to move about the care more about the blue color above your head than the golden color on the ground? Huh? Overhead? What do you mean? Are you crazy or just an idiot? Probably the latter. Maybe I'm being degraded? I understand. Well, if it weren't for me, there would be a great famine in the village by now. Don't leak the power of fertility. Let's go. Well, you're a failure. I lost. Do you know anything about the blue sky? Come on, why don't you go and check it out yourself? Well, that's right. I can't help but believe what fairies say. Oh, made fun of you again. It's just my imagination. Okay, let's move on. It's bright blue above and below. It's better than the other world where I went. This sight makes my eyes tired. Wow, blue. Miwa Kinogasa. Blue lake, blue sky, and blue human. It's good to be human. Huh, that's rare. In this lake, there aren't many children whose whole bodies are shaped like humans. So, what are humans doing in a place like this? No, I don't have anything to do. Well, if I had to say it, I have something to do in the sky. Ariel? Up in the sky? Obviously the sky is strange. So, you understand, I can't afford to get in the way of a lake on the ground. That, don't feel bad, solving quickly comes at some cost. That's terrible. Not that I think about it, it might have been the first time I've seen a mermaid. First time? Do these people suddenly attack someone they meet you for the first time? No, I don't think so. That would have been fun, you were just a little villain amongst humans. Well, I won't deny this for time, it's unexpected. Not utopia we wanted. If you want to smoke, it's you after all. He's a human being at some point. Why don't you... Didn't you tell me before? Don't come near my territory. It's my own fault. Let me chase you away. Now the altitude increased quite considerably, and I accepted this color is... It's been a while. Oh my god, is that a fucking shaman from Gnosia? Let me pull up shaman from Gnosia. No, literally, it's literally fucking him. Oh wait, that's literally fucking shaman. Shaman from fucking Nausea. Remnants of the souls that continues to live. Go Fujiwara. Blue person. I found it. Huh? Who are you? Why? Why is he fucking translated as Australia? What the fuck? What the fuck do you mean he's translated as fucking Australia? Okay, Hyacinth. This spring, at the live venue, I'll never forget you who ended our hopes. It was chasing this war before dropping at the time. I'll make sure you'll keep it on. Bring live venue. Ah, Zeta, are you one of them or something? You? I'm in awe of my friends. Those people are like gods to us. Bro, Olive. He was the only one who tried to save the sinking soul of the human world as attended. Huh, so I who destroyed it am cosplayed? That's what I say. Would it be nice to talk already? By killing you, my role will be fulfilled. It's final time to be released. Well, I feel sorry for you. Even if your enemy kills, you have nothing to gain. Maybe so, what are you going to do for now? Search for remaining enemies, Orange Wizard and Flower Spirit. Even if we stab each other, we must fulfill the scratch. Stop that, you can't win anyway, and if someone happens to them, I won't be able to defend you anymore. So what should I do? The scratch is nothing to go. I don't know what I'm for! There's plenty of humans that are like, even I don't understand that. Well, this world is probably full of people like that, so why don't you try interacting with other people? Maybe we can serve a purpose? I don't think I can meet your purpose. Go any further. You came too. What do you know? Know something? I don't know for sure. This time the enemy is clearly different from the previous ones. A different place? What is that? This time the enemy is clearly aiming for the barrier world and setting up something strange, and it's easier to understand. Do you know what that means? No, I don't know. Okay, just tell me what the enemy is. You should learn to think for yourself a little more. Do you think I'll teach you easily? Well, I don't think I'll tell you. Oh, then I'll do it. How many times have I met you? Also, it will only cleanse my veins! Did I lose? Of course, I'll solve this matter. Where should I go now? Where's the enemy? I haven't seen it clearly yet. However, there is one thing that is certain. There is someone that controls the ocean, which is solidified by this magical power. On my way here, I spoke to the forest monsters. Occasionally, shadow blocking the sun that cross the sun. It's like the big sailing ship. I see, creating a huge ocean in the sky that runs the ships here. In other words, if you follow its shadow, you will reach the enemy. Also, probably I'll read up only on Asia's and on Asia's scenario, because otherwise I would be too tired. I see. Create a huge ocean in the sky and the ships here. In other words, if you follow his shadow, you will reach the enemy. Maybe, and the true identity of that enemy is already largely predicted. This time the enemy is on the order of magnitude different than before. If it becomes dangerous, then it is a good idea to quickly reach it. Be careful. Ah well. I'll use it as reference. For now my goal is clear. We're aiming for the ship that runs on the sky. Finally found it. That ship, right? Found the terrestrial person! Albania Olivier. The music is kinda gotten better. Surprisingly. Here it is, after all, terrestrial people, everyone reported while I hold you back. I won't allow any more intrusions. I never thought the ship was really floating. It's a very complicated ship. Has anyone tried to attack in such building? Found it. Navigate ahead by the sea. Inaga Bangre. Or Molen Inaga? Yeah, it's Molen Inaga. Included human, I have to think it quickly. Huh? What? Several people. Are you sailor on the ship? Yes, that's right. If you use my spiritual power, you can control the ship. The moon man said to me, I need a peace in this world. There's no peace. So it is that Moonling calls such a stupid strange thing on his orders? Is he floating in the sky your fault? Maybe so, but I don't have the power to make all of this real though. The Moon Man said he wants to take back that power from the Earth. from this planet of sinners. Well, that's fine. I'm sure there are various circumstances for you. We finally found the cause of something strange. We'll defeat you because there's a situation here too. I lost. Why? Why? As expected, there were so many things floating around. It was quite tough. So, is there a boss of the shade in the back? No, don't go. Be killed. Is there even one such a scary person sitting there? I also expect that I'm already used to it. Every time I meet someone who tries to destroy the world, no way, what? No, it's nothing. If you want to go that much, go. No one can be an enemy of the moon people. What is this? I must have been on the ship, right? Before I knew it, the scenery changed into something I didn't understand. What is really going on? Oh, by the way, fucking slavery here! We have fucking slaves up in this shit! Chiruyu Iwanaga. She's Iwanaga! She must be the sister of Kohana! And she keeps slaves! You lowly person, why did you appear before me? What are you? Don't people enough understand language? Apparently they can't even do simple questions and answers. We are moonlings. I'm tired of descending on such unclean land. If this is also for playing purposes, I'll accept it. Wait! But! This shit was released in 2020! Do you know what that means? Do you know what that fucking means? I can't believe Soul fucking ripped off fucking Aogami. I can't believe Aogami fucking ripped off... it's funny. No, I can't believe Touhou ripped off fucking Aogami. Yeah, that was before Touhou 20. As a source for playing purposes, I accept it. The time to outline history is finally approaching. Insane Show W. I don't really understand. Is it correct that you are the cause of this strange thing? I'm sure the ghost from earlier. Did you say the moonlink? Can you use a virtual spirit after all? It seems better to delete them soon. I never expected all of such an invasion. That's completely unexpected. I guess so. I never thought that humans would rise so high in the sky. But you're out of luck for messing the sky about the barrier. Let's get out of here quickly. It was a complete bad move to leave dust on the ground so far. This beautiful star. We have to take back this land. The power of green cattails is right here, huh? I'm the right here to this world. All you have to do is use your power to kill all lowly people. Let's get started. The first page that brings back history. Oh, okay. I think I kinda get it. Why there was like a number there. 420 for a fuck 402. I see. You were the owner of Aogami. I'll get it in any cause. If I kill you, everything will be over. Do you think Do you want to die? I can't stand being killed for such incomprehensible reasons. A little more. If you press one more push, you can push through. Shit. Isn't anyone there? Ass! What? You suddenly laughed? Are you crazy? I'm sorry. This time I win. Go home to the moon right away. There's only one person out there, and what will happen if reinforcements come? It's rare that you're having such a hard time. I can't help it, so I'll help you. I don't really want to owe you something good. We'll attack at once and with the next signal. Yeah, leave it to me. Let's finish this quickly and enjoy the fertility festival. 1 candy apple is fine. You buy me something, you idiot. Why? I'm here to help. Well, that's fine. We can go around there together. Well, that's good. Let's end this battle. 3 more, 2 more, 1 more. Now! The strongest 2. After all these 2, the crisis has passed first. Oh, this ending is kinda sweet. Okay, interesting about Zelmakia. Future. I don't know what will happen though. Since this is a work of this format, I think the main part of the will be novels, the song and illustrations. Especially when it comes to novels, I've added some effects that you wouldn't be normally able to do with a barrage of music. How was it? Also, the music and illustrations are the same as usual. There are some parts I put more effort than usual, and I think they added a lot of color to the story. The music in the form of premiere, so I'm reading this article now. It may not have been released yet, so please do when it's publishing. The Aogami series will also be the 7th installment, and the story will finally move on to development involving moon people. I feel like the target age group of the story is gradually decreasing. Can all ages go into the final round? Since I can take the trouble creating works in novel-based format, I hope I can continue incorporating formats that are not available in STG and proceed with the scenario according to my schedule. Next time I'll personally write a scenario I wanted to write for a long time. Well, this is the place. Oh wait, fuck! I thought he meant jinx as in our jinx, and not like a curse. The jinx on writing a postcard when you press the deadline remains the same if the work changes. It's painful. Well then, sorry about pale love path in the autumn when it's dyed blue. At that time, go away! The dance of fertility is about to begin. Or will you dance with me? Then come on to me! I'm here. I completely lost it. There were so many people in the village. How much do you usually stay in? Good evening. Remember this character. She will appear later on in the story. Remember her. Bonfire of the Maiden in Love. Mitama Domiki. Good night. Can you see the wonderful colors of love everywhere? What are you, a villager? It's a face I've never seen before. I guess it's the first time I've seen you two. Is this the child of another village? Which one are you? Freak Lumo. Oh, I can't believe showing you a ball like that. I wonder if someone looking for it. Understand, is it a monster that reads your mind? Feeling good. It's a little ability. I can't imitate a monster like Satori. And given your personality, even if I had that ability, I won't have to use it. Well, good. Can you... But yeah, this is basically him saying, despite what it may look like, this is not a fucking Satori, that's a demon. Have you seen anyone with orange hair around here? It's not an increase in age. Huh, it's about Mary? Oh yeah, what do you know? Right, it's done. Well then, you're aged, right? I heard a lot about you. You stupid honest bastard who's insensitive. Can I get angry? To me? I didn't say that. Well, I'm also interested in your power. I don't mind if it's just a little bit. He's a wonderful forever. What are you, after all? Well, then you should listen to that after I win the game. There is hustle bustle. Even if I get a little violent, I won't find out. Ah, I lost. It's superhuman strength, regardless of the appearance. He's someone I don't really understand. You are the one. Do you know what you are? I'm not a farmer or wizard living in the village. I don't know if you're a human in the first place. There aren't many children as special as you. Well, I want to know that too. The same goes for this case. I was targeted because of my ability to not even know who I really am. I've been fighting to protect something mysterious. Are you okay with that? This world is much crueler than you think. Will the world allow me to continue living without knowing anything? I don't know that. And if you're going to make that analogy, complain to the world that hides the truth from me. That's enough. Please tell me, the words can have few unexpected consequences. And now for the character profiles. A human that is activated in autumn and announces the news of fertility. Her name is widely known among the villagers, and she is invited as a guest at the fertility festival held every year at the village. She has the same cheerful and young personality as the typical fairy, but because of her role in control of fertility of the entire barrier world, she sometimes gives her opponents a somewhat mature impression. It seems that there is a secret movement in some parts of the village that deifies a fertility god. She has been treated as if she has been around since the past, occurring suddenly since this fall. In the first place, fairies occur naturally under all concepts, although that in itself is not strange. What is strange is about how they occur, as if it is as if my existence has been disturbed by my own fate. She suddenly sprouted that life. Oh yeah, because I think I understand what it refers to, because again, previously the Fairy of Autumn was Temeri Harvest, is Mary Harvest, who got killed. So now we have Free Camellia instead. Miwa Kinugasa. A mermaid monster that lives in a mysterious lake. Mermaids in the barrier world, but the ocean does not exist in the life in the fresh water. She's no exception, but one of her dreams is to swim freely in the vast ocean, and she seems to have a longing for the ocean. In this incident, she was planning to look up at the large sky that looked like the ocean and to fly to the top of the sky to swim. It seems that she gave up in the end because she couldn't hold her breath if she flew up that high. She is good friends with Honoka. Oh, another Honoka mention. A friend whose lower body does not have human legs. It seems they have been friends for quite some time. Apparently people who carry something on their back live together in the sack. Amongst the generous folk around it, as usual, the fog was not well controlled, and thus it continued to fly fluffy, covering the sky with fog. Basically, he does not go to the village and lives his happily regardless of anyone else, so there are not many villagers who know about his existence. However, it seems they are gradually becoming involved with Loki, who was a white-faced regardless whether he is a human or a monster, or the forest monster who lives alone. There was a forest of the humans who died in a major disaster materialized. He has strong grudge against the protagonist who ruined the venue, and uses that grudge to maintain his presence. Since his status as a vengeful spirit is not that strong, it seems his hatred alone cannot help but be a driving force. Although he confronts the protagonist for revenge, he himself already knows that he is no match for them, but feeling the strength was already well known. Still, he never giving up on standing up. As long as the life continues, it will grow until its purpose achieved. Albania Oliver. Captain Gyokuto who leads the Moon Rabbits. Because she has an exceptional power among the Kyokuto, she was selected as the current captain. Perhaps because she doesn't like conflict and wants peace, she works with doubts in about being in this position. However, she is unable to transfer the captain to the next generation on her own initiative, spending her days unable to do so. In this incident, an intruder appeared while she was being punished on board, taking responsibility for the failure of the previous ground reconnaissance operation, and was sent straight to the battlefield. Perhaps because of this, by the time she met the main characters, her strength went weakened somewhat, and it seems that her resistance had overcome in vain. Is there a future for the Moon Rabbit who is oppressed by the Moon people and hated even on Earth? She will probably take on responsibility on everyone's ladder. Navigator hated by the sea, moron Inaga. Much was feels that was controlling the ship carrying the Moon people. Most of the driving force behind the strange blue sky occurred this time provided by his magical power. His magical power is not standard vengeful spirit and it stems from the vengeful spirits of Earth. It is powerful thing that can rival even surprise the village of the village. His role is to supply magical power to the ships which on the Moonman line and run them over the virtual sea. The power of the ship has supplied by rabbit slaves who have been treated as inferior species, but it seems manipulating and handling them efficiently is a job he can do. By the way, this is not the first time that the ship he was piloting has entered the ground. In other words, moonlings have descended enough before. The remains of the ship used a moonman who led a ship flying over the barrier. On Earth, moonlings are beings who are equated with so-called gods. She always uses a fox mask to hide her face. It seems no one knows why, but since she suddenly refuses to take that aspect off, there seems to be a lot of speculation on the moon. She was also in charge of the rabbit slaves and prisoners on the world round who were sent out in the plan. This immeasurable treatment of lower beings and oneself is eye-opening, but it seems quite normal in the moon. Among them, she is famous for cutting out the lives of slaves and prisoners of war without any hesitation. No one knows clearly what her low idea of chosen people made her do this, or whether she has roots in her past. By the way, she has one younger sister. Her true identity has not revealed yet, but her sister's presence seemed to be one of the reasons she was involved in the project. What happened in her past and who is your sister? The stories about the moon people don't seem to reveal a whole story like the other side of the moon. See? She is the older sister of Konoha. And also, her having a mask has kinda a double meaning. Like, first is to conceal her ugly ass face, because like, in the canon, the reason why Iwanaga was rejected was because she was ugly as fuck. But also, to kinda hide her involvement with the earthly gods. So that Len'en won't be like, hey yo, what the fuck? Why do we have an earthly god among us? Fuck. Why does this bitch has relatives in the earth? Mitamodomeki demon. A demon who lives in a village and has ability to see the Mari and Loki, who usually live in the center of the village, were later aware of the incident than Azure and others. It is said that she was the cause of this incident. Her ability is not just observe people's love power, but also, it is also possible to check their feelings, specifically to remind you the person you are aware of. Mari in particular was so affected by this that she didn't even notice the catastrophe of the sky turning blue. It seems the more you think about the other person, the stronger influence you will have. It seems she originally lived in the outside world. Most of the demons that existed in the demon world were weeded out by the Harvest Camp led by Burberg. But the demons that were on the side of the human world barely escaped the war. She's said to be from the demon village that exists in the human world. It seems that the events of the village were once the reason why her abilities blossomed, but it is not clear what happened. However, there is no doubt the fact that she lives in the burial woods that is also related to the series she had experienced. Seeing in love with this world, she threw it all away and was able to see it all. But yeah, I'll go grab some water and go peace. Ugh. Okay, guys, survive to this. Survive a little more. We're almost, we're almost there. Why does Zoom music sound like Toby Fox voice pedal dance in a Touhou game? Well, it's basically the same as the previous one. A certain winter at the barrier, the scenery is dyed white, and the white breath leaks from the mouth of passerby. This year is the same as season as usual. The scene remains the same in the human settlements. Mari, the village wizard, looked up at the sun peeking out from the slightly low position, while repelling the snow that had accumulated on the road. It's normal, unchanging daily life. However, even such daily life change still counts. That too was decided suddenly. Oh, okay, I need to move. No. Okay, we're back. Uh, Please cooperate for the peace we desire. The flyers with such complaints are said to be scattered all over the village. Mary hears the commotion and quickly senses the strange smell. With flying hands, she ran out of the village. That's what it feels like. Don't you think it's clearly suspicious? You, close the door properly. It's cold, isn't it? It's okay, I'll be out soon anyway. So, what do you think, Gaz? Grassland far away from the village, she was heading to the hut that stood alone here. It was Asia's house. Come on, was there a building like that in that forest? The Noguchi temple. Is that a temple? I've never heard of it either. However, he carefully shows us the route. It's easy to check. Then you'll do something about it. Nah, you're coming too. I can't because it's cold. I went there. If you don't come, I just blow the door of your house, right? I understand. It's a hassle, but it's no doubt that something strange is about to happen. With that, he lifted his bag. It was a trip to the forest temple that suddenly rose to prominence. I love how Angel is like, I guess. I suppose. But yeah, look at him. Look at him. He has kind of way too much aura in this pose. A familiar blue-haired person. He was sensitive to cold and was not very enthusiastic about this incident. In winter, he's the type who blows dripped out. He's the type of person who stays at home. This incident begins when a suspicious flyer was scattered in the village, but it is not natural for the flyer to come to his house on the outskirts of the barrier, and it is only when Mary tells him that he learns that something strange became. This is also the unusual. A wizard who lives in the village. This winter, she set out in preparation for the cold weather. She's from a family of wizards who have been involved in the protection of villagers since the ancient times, and is also a descendant from the family that encounters Aogami who are involved in the protection of barriers. Although she is in such difficult position, she usually seems to have a role in solving abnormalities that occur in the barrier world. This seems to be rare compared to past Red Crown title holders. She's also not very strong against the cold. It seems that she still has trauma over flying around in the sky in the summer closest to the last year's incident. And once again, Airo Tsutunaga, the guy from CDs, now he appears properly as a playable character. Holy shit. A scientist from the outside world. He's a person with a fairly unusual background in the barrier world, and is also a valuable person with deep knowledge of science developed in the outside world. The number of people straying into the barrier increased especially after the madness incident, but most of them were attacked by false monsters and fairies. Even among the very few people who survived, there was no scientist like him. There probably wasn't one. What will he see in this incident? In any case, his first appearance began this winter. And Ozume Miyabi, a shrine maiden who works at Tsubaki Shrine. This commotion has its origins in the temple, and as a member of the shrine, she is working on resolving the incident from a different endpoint than others. She seems to be thinking that as long as this problem is solved, the number of worshippers at her shrine will increase. But that is probably not the case. It's not even recognized in the first place. Whenever I try to solve a problem, it feels like she is somehow murderous, but this is just your imagination. Maybe it's her fault. She honestly believes in solving strange problems makes her do it. In any case, from a monster perspective, it's a nuisance. What would something strange happen at this time of... Hey, wait a minute, does the person seem to be strong? We're going to lose, right? Ah, who are you? What an incoherent guy. Was there anyone like you on Ryoden? I'm a monster who recently hired here, but I'm not that strong. What embarrassing, it's terrible if you don't quite fight quickly. Hey, I understand, because I'll fight. What, from a while ago? I'm acting alone. Your body... is it a doll? Huh? Do you understand? Yes, this nun is just my doll. Can you win? If you die, I'll make you my new doll. That's bad. I'm a stronger person than a normal monster. Yes, I'm alive. You're a big person. You're a human being. It seems like she's being forced to do it. There were also evil monsters. Let me go now, you little piece of shit. It's thanks to me that this weak person had become stronger. I'd rather you be grateful. Go quickly. If my husband finds me, he will scold me. Oh, let me do that. There seems to be no point in trying to pursue you. That's why the monsters are... I can become a human after all. It seems little by little I'm starting to see something that looks like a road. Who would use a place like this if they opened it up? Humans. So where is the bearer? Oh my god, I just realized that this might be a bootleg accessory. Well, that's rare. Where do you have a business? Are you a monster again? There are still a lot of people around here. I want to go to the temple head. Could you please don't disturb me? If I were to call you a temple around here, are you going to Tenrakuji? Oh, I think that's the name. Do you know? I think all the monsters around here know this. It's the only human home we don't attack. Well, now you. That way of saying, it seems like it's my first time going to Tenrakuji temple. No, that's not true. Well, that would be good. If you have time to lie boringly, why don't you play with me? It's troublesome. Who are you? You understand, right? I have free time with the monsters in the forest. Let's go out together for a moment. It's been a while since I met a good person to attack. Hey, you're lost. You're strong. Thank you. Unfortunately, monsters like you defeat him. That's my imagination. Well, you'll understand if you ask the people in the temple. Come on, let's keep going. There was an artifact in a place like this. Why did you go out of your way to build a place like this? It's not a shrine anywhere. Welcome to the Velvet Room! Welcome to the Tenrakuji Temple. The great king of the poor land. Tachibana Toyohito. You're a human? Thank you very much for coming on this difficult road. There's no point in having such magnificent approach to the shrine in the middle of the forest. So what are you? Are you from the temple? Oh, that's right. Are you a person from the village? Did you see the flyer we distributed? Is that your work after all? What is your purpose? Was it written properly in the flyer? It's for the great will to make this world a better place. We have long wished for the coexistence of humans and monsters. That time we will finally come when that will come true. I don't understand. If you're a monster, you've been attacked many times before you came here. What about you? Even though I'm a human, I'm safe even when attacked. After all, there is an overwhelming difference between the humans and demons. If you don't overcome this, the coexistence will not come true. Then what should we do? Shall we take the villagers and have them chained? You haven't tried anything. What did you come here for? Well, that's fine. First of all, are you worthy of meeting the prince? Let's confront that. Is that prince the boss here? Oh, that's right. Even so, as expected, there have been times where I only come this far unarmed. You might be able to change this world with us. I came to stop that. Why? How can we fix the world's inequality without coming to terms with it? Okay, in the first place, I don't know what you guys are trying to do for. For now, let's snip at the strange things about the barrier in the butt. What a person! Is it really lucky to send this person to the crown prince? Well, good. In that case, it would be a good idea to hear more details from the prince. I'm sure that person will guide you. Well then, I guess I'll just get in the way. That's the prince ahead, right? It feels kind of weird. It's the first time I've been so welcomed in such a strange scene. This temple is quite large. I've been feeling a little bit of a demon energy for quite a while now. Wasn't this a human territory? Welcome, please come. A saint who heals all things. Umayeda no Tokue. Welcome to my Tenrakuji temple. I welcome you. Ah, a child? Who are you? I am the head of this village. Oh, and I'm not a child. Being small is my is a constitution. Oh my god, finally someone who understands. Oh yes, well, if you say that you're a boss here, you're quick to talk. What do you mean by this incident? Because some of the people of the village have already entered the forest of instigation flyers. You don't know what will happen if that happens, right? That's right, if you don't have the ability, you might just die in the open. There's clearly a difference between the power between humans and monsters. If you understand that much, then why did you do this? Even if I subtracted the things there were things I had to do. Did you see that fly too? It's great for aspirations. If we can achieve this, we and the monster can become equals. Even if there were people who would die because of that. You are a kind person. A revolution cannot be established without making sacrifices. Oh my god, we have a fucking child Stalin over here. But you have the right to walk with us into the world ahead. That's something that makes me so angry for a while. You're quick, small, clicky bastard. Is it good? You don't decide my rights. I'll do what I want. Now, I don't like you, so I'll get rid of you. That's the story. This is good. It's a level of the skill that makes you hard to believe that you're human. Did you cut corners? Imitate like a damn wizard somewhere? Are you talking about the head of the barrier? Huh, do not do that with me. I still have a lot of people hearts left in me. So apparently it seems you didn't come here to participate on our purpose. It's too late now. Oh yeah, I'm here to stop the strange things you guys caused. Oh wait, it's too late now. Oh yeah, I'm here to stop the strange things you guys caused. Just in case I beat you, the boss here, it's time to give up. No, we don't have intention of stopping. Besides, there are still others in this temple who can fight besides me. Oh? Well, I did think there was a strange sign in the air for a while now. If I don't understand correctly this sign, if you want to stop that much, let's check it out together. I'm sure the child will be in the basement of the temple. And it's good to think about again. Which is correct. What's wrong? I'll believe it. Under the temple. Hey, are you still hiding something? I don't understand something. If you let me through, I'll go. I'll defeat anyone who gets in my way, even if they're your family. Oh yes, please feel to do so. I'll teach my disciples not to kill life at all costs. Please come with peace of your mind. Wait, did it stop? Oh wait, no. What's this? It suddenly became a room full of machines. And the sign, obviously not a human. Oh, why are you here? Also Kakado, boundary between humans and demons. I wonder what happened to the prince. I never thought you would have defeated them. If I fought and won, they let me through. Who are you? Who am I? That's my mind. Or maybe someone who wants to participate in the plan. Then you're welcome. I'm sorry, but that's not true. I was the person who came to destroy the plan. The mastermind is up ahead. Will you let me pass? Well, that's a shame. Then I have no choice but to ask you to go home. It's interfering with the research. Shh. Research? What on earth are you guys planning here? Come on. If you can serve as a test subject, I'll tell you. Well, at that time, I'm sure I'll never be able to return to being a normal person. I don't really understand something. I understand that you guys are trying to do something more outrageous than I imagined. That creepy sign of you, it's a monster, right? I never thought they would be experimenting on turning humans into monsters. That's smart. It's smart, but the feeling is weird. The golden rune is intentionally hides the essence of things and pretend you don't know. Then what do you think will happen? What do you think you will do? Will you kill me to silence me? I heard the guy here is prohibited from killing the animals. Oh yeah, I won't kill you. But yeah, you can't run away from here anymore. You'll be a part of great plan with me. Now let's get started. It's also a necessary sacrifice when you think about the future peers. Well, could you show me to Motoshime's here? You do it pretty well. If I had been careful about the experimental equipment here, I would have lost. This is a full... Listen, no. Well, no matter what I said, it's an excuse. It's a surrender. It's extremely clean. Well, even if I had fought on the ground, I would have won. After all, I'm used to exterminating monsters. You're a sarcastic guy. Don't you really like that I'm a monster? I became a monster through the power of my friend. This is a great achievement. This is a big step toward our goal. Oh yeah, Raymond would not have liked that. Would not have liked that as a premise. Also, don't think so. Did you spend flies in the field because you were looking for dead subjects to turn people into monsters? That's malicious when you say it like that, but you're right. We have always continued our activities with the hope of equality between humans and monsters on behalf of the barrier master who continues to ignore this problem. That's when my friend showed up. My friend used his knowledge of the outside world to come up with a way to turn people into monsters. So much that it becomes. So we're talking about turning people in the village into monsters. But what would happen if you did that? That's why the barrier master you mentioned earlier won't shut up. I don't know. Well, that's fine. You'll understand when you become a monster. If you're going to destroy the plan the way you want, you have to defeat our friends. Well, I don't think it's possible. Your friend, right? The ones who turned you into the monster. That's why I'm at the core of this plan. It's kind of not good, but it's not clear. Shall we look for him? I'll finally find the culprit. Oh yeah, I kinda like how different Aogami world is, like how in the first game the disbelief in supernatural is basically making entire species extinct and we're shown this, instead of being a law thing. This time too, are you a bastard who turned from a human into a monster? Don't you feel any sign of disgust? It seems that the monsters are bad at hiding their presence. Welcome to our laboratory. A sculptor who transcends all things. CRISPR sculptor. I thought there would be some noise. You were the one who defeated that Asuka. Great strength. If you became a monster, you will gain even more sophisticated power. Never, you monster. There's no doubt you're the cause of this strange thing. What are you guys thinking? It seems he's trying to do something outrageous by turning people into monsters. Didn't you ask? To make the dream of my friend, the prince, come true. A wonderfully idealistic dream in which humans and monsters can happily walk along through this small world together. People and humans are equal? There's no way that can happen. I don't understand why people turn into monsters for that purpose. Well, don't rush to conclusions, especially as strong people like you wouldn't understand how a weak person feels. Do you understand? Humans are weak. For monsters, the only reason humans become phobic is because they're weak. But humans are smart. They built civilizations, invented many useful tools, and prospered to the point they rose to the top of all living beings. So what? I don't want to talk about history. History is important. It is very important to those who talk about the future to reflect on the past. Yes, the humans have a history. It's a history of persecuting, discriminating against, and turning blind eye to those stronger than you. Humans are certainly creatures that have reached the height of prosperity, but at the same time, we lost it. They coexistence with others, the respect. What do you think lies at the root of this? Human weakness? So why turn it into a monster? You're a child without romance. That's why I dare to give you the wrong answer. But it's mostly correct, that's right. If humans had been strong from the beginning, such tragedy would not have occurred. The lower jungle was the only way a law can continue. But I can go back to the past, cannot be selected, so at least we can change the small world alone, in a world where everyone has equal rights and can live. That's enough. Well, I was satisfied with it to some extent. It's better than all the bastards I've messed in the past, but I don't agree with you. What if all the people in the world became monsters just as you said? This world world will collapse. It's not that simple. If you can solve this problem by simply denying weak humans, humans already overcome this problem. I see. So what should we do? Do you have... You have become deeply involved in our plans. I can't turn my heel without doing anything now. I guess so, you know, right? After all, this is the simplest and easiest to understand. It's a simple comparison of forces. Oh yeah, you guys seem to love that kind of thing. Let's go, I'll definitely stop your stupid plans. Wait, what does it say? Oh, apparently you just kinda also need to read the extra to get to that. Is something strange happening on the way home? That's a pain. You're back? Apparently we lost. I never expected everything would be destroyed by just one person. It was unexpected. Tonight everything is unexpected. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to worry about you right now. Could you please be a little more quiet? Phew. What? What? He suddenly attacked me. It seems they managed to spread it. It's still a big building. When on earth can I go outside? Hey, it's a good night. Aogami Saraku. Minreki that binds the demons together. Tonight's Rengoku temple is full of fun emotions. Is Yagiyakyo? Huh? Was there someone like you at this temple? I'm not from this temple. First of all, I'm a monster. It seems like this temple was thinking something disturbing, so I came here to scold you. Is it? Well, it's... to scold them, I mean. Is that what you mean? Then you'll beat me, don't worry, the culprit is where I defeated them. It's strong regardless of its appearance. It doesn't look like a monster though. But it's not good to let your guard down. There are actually a lot of people like Toko-chan. Don't let your guard down. Why is it always like we're going to fight from now on? Of course, the nature of yokai is when you meet a strong person, you want to fight. I want to see your power. All you have to do is come towards me with all your might. That's right, I want to go home now. You should go home. If only I could, I'll chase you forever and never miss you. Saraku, was it? Or Kimi? Oh wait, you, what is it? Your observation, no, I will understand this is possible, right? You just have to follow my words. Let's play, okay? I won't kill you, maybe. What is it today? Seriously, one after another. Okay, I'll go out with you. I'll smell that disgusting sight. He has a good face. Well then, let's start. I don't mind destroying the building to some extent. Let's show to the people here a real monster. Well, it was fun. You're real strong. I don't like it. You haven't given all your all since a while ago, have you? That's right, you would too have been exhausted from the battle at the temple. It makes sense for me to adapt to that too. If I do my best, I will turn this temple to ashes. I don't want Tokoi-chan to hate me for doing that. Don't worry, you've hated it enough when you beat up a building like this. I'm sorry, this is because we have signed a contract. I wonder I'll give you some of suitable Japanese sweets next time. A contract? Can't you imitate monsters so highly? That's terrible, even monsters are desperate. Forest humans, fairies, monsters, this race has inviolable covenants with each other. Tokoi-chan the human, Barbarica-chan the fairy, Me and the monsters, they'll see that rulers who keep the forest safe. What's a safe blue? Do you know how much people in the village are eaten by monsters? People in the village are an exception. This is just a contract that can only be used in the forest. I have no intention of interfering, that's why I have no special intentions of protecting the village. Oh, I see. That's enough, I'm trying it, so I'm going home. I'm not going to meet anymore. Not at all. Today was the day I met all the really weird guys. I had fun too. It's been a while since I was able to do some light exercise. Oh, not that I think about it. That's it. How should I explain the devastation of this building? If things continue like this, Touhou-chan will hate me. I feel so sorry for being hated without permission. I'm going now. Hey, wait, let's apologize together, then maybe you'll forgive me. I won't allow you to refuse, will you? In fact, about half is it your fault. You're still kidding. Really, today's the worst day. A barrier wall. There is a small house on the grassland at the edge. After the battle at the temple, he was there. I'm going in. I've been lazing around since daytime. A familiar voice echoed through the heart, slowly raised his lip. So no matter how many times I tell you not to go without permission, you'll understand. What, are you doing something bad if I see you? It's you. Oh. Why did you come here for today? To play? You don't get punished either. It's come from the village. Well, it's cool, so I'll come in. Only before the voices of two people leak out from the heart. After a small talk, the two lowered their voices a little and got to the point. So, what happened to the temple at the end? For now, I guess I give up this time. But I don't like it. If I have to go out again, it's no joke that all the people in the village are monsters. Well, you think so too? Are you different? A little silence came to them. He slowly continued with those words. No, I'm just like you. But I didn't understand what they were saying. We used to treat people differently because they were humans or monsters, but maybe we're wrong. That's strangely serious of you. What happened all of a sudden? That's how I feel today. If non-humans are discriminated against, I'm the same way. You now? The air shakes. He seemed to be staring at a different, somewhat distant voice than her. No, it's nothing. Well, you didn't come empty-handed, did you? Deny the support. Hey, let me prepare. Oh yeah, I agree. Let's do that. I mean, why don't you stop relying on me? Work properly. I don't like it because it's a hassle. You can live without any money. You're exactly who you are. Won't have he died alone if I hadn't been there? Maybe so. The bright atmosphere was forcibly through the leaks of the heart again. Well, I guess the only thing that he doesn't know how to do is to cook. While preparing the pot, the two decided to entertain themselves with particularly bland topics. The winter was a little colder than usual. A forest monster that serves the vengeful powers. Vengeful powers is basically a mention that all the monsters are wary of and do not approach, so a presence quite like her is quite rare. Her main body as a yokai is a doll that she holds. She takes all her who was doing the laundry in the dream and manipulates as she pleases. In fact, the person who can truly be called a doll may be the human girl. Also, she is human, she simply died through the lines of death would break down a normal human. Although they simply forced to live by the magical power of the doll's ability to continue living while maintaining their human form is considerable. Depending on the person you use as a puppet, they must have been had a great power comparable to that of a village wizard. Unfortunately or unfortunately, this may be the result of possessing a weak human being. It was the sound that led her to approach this mansion. Originally, she saw a monster whose territory was a sour silence in the forest, and she was acquainted with the hero, a spiritual spirit who lived here. Because of his old connection, he ended up working under Sayo. As a result, she also ended up joining the mansion. At first, she was not happy stepping into the mansion because she was not a vengeful spirit, but because thanks to Ihiro's efforts to persuade her, she is now recognized as a member of the Vengeful Spirit Hall. It is unclear why he was so desperate to protect her. By the way, since they are of the same sex, Aya and her seem to be on good terms like sisters. Dancing Skull Mod Doll. A monster whose territory is Kamui Forest. It has its roots in mud dolls, and one of them had collapsed like a rock. His hobby is collecting bones of various living things. His collection is vast. Many of them belong to the forest animals that he hunted, but some of them belong to humans who wandered off into the forest. It is said to be a large number of monsters killed. Because of his hobby, he is close friends with Kinka, whose hobby is scavenging corpses. This is a unique way of creating a community of monsters. Oh yes, that's another thing that I like about Aogami is that like it connects to the previous entries as well. Like, you know, she is also a member of the Spirit Hall, and this guy is befriended with the Kinka. That is a character design of all time. To be fair, Kinka is also pretty fucking weird. Let me show you. What is it? For the past 10 years, he has been considered the most ferocious monster in the forest. This is because there was no end to the number of people killed to collect his skeletons, but after the temple was built in the forest, he seems to have become a little quieter. Even the wizard of the time could not touch him, so the people at the temple approached him. Because of his past, he is not happy with the people at the temple. The reason he met the protagonist in the temple was because he was scouting to someone to seize the temple's weakness. It wasn't long ago that he was born a monster. It is so that its existence was established around the time Regina took over the barrier. Yokoi basically have no immediate family. They do not reproduce like humans and do not leave blood behind. This is because even if you don't have any descendants, if you survive, you can live 100 years of blood. It is so that here, such a monster may have originated from the failed golem that of a certain wizard tried to create. This is the knowledge of a village scholar who studies the forest monsters, and there is no solid evidence anywhere, but if the statement is correct, the magician who created a strong monster like him would have been quite skilled. Can't believe this is also the son of Sese and Sukune. Dude, why the fuck do you have the most goofiest fucking sim in the world? What the fuck? The person who lives in Trindakuchi Temple, his hobby is drumming and his ability is best in the world. He's good friends with Mitsuko, who works under the prince, and they often play drums together. Tadashi and Ayo of Unryoden are complete opposite to each other, who have similar master-servant relationship. He basically always has like a calm and quiet personality. This remains the same human music when he is with Mitsuko, and always maintains that attitude. He and Mitsuko were original humans who lived in the village. When he entered the forest to hunt down mushroom, he was attacked by a monster who was about to be eaten, but saved by the prince. Afterwards, while receiving treatment at the Tenrakuchi temple, he came into contact with the prince's thoughts and aspirations were differently moved, so he applied to become his disciple. At first, his ability, which was no different of a human person, quickly improved as he trained. His somewhat optimistic and relaxed personality gradually changed. In order to fulfill once-in-a-lifetime plans with a prince he admired, he scattered the leaflets in the village. So probably they have like alternating bosses. Like you either face the guy or you face the girl. A person who lives in Tenrakuchi village, Princess of Bright Brilliance, meets Anahobi Miko. It's a string of hide and seek. It's the best barrier in the world. It seems there were several times when it was thought that he had disappeared because she was so strong. She's good friends with Toimoto, who became his disciple at the Kukuji temple around the same time. Even when she was a normal person, she would often went to the forest and mountains to collect. By the way, although they have a brother-sister relations, they are not actually related by blood by Toyoto. They seem to be just close friends. After entering the temple, she honed her technique of hiding signs, which she had always been good at. She has one of the top 5 abilities in the various world of things that need to be done without the other person noticing, such as covert actions. She herself would have never imagined that hide and seek from childhood would have its roots. This plan for Tenrakuchi Temple was carefully planned through reconnaissance of her village. They avoided attacks of the demons, avoided the moonlings, and chose this winter as a season for competition. Even the Regina, the chief wizard, would not realize this until the moment the flyer was distributed. In this sense, she can be said to be the person who was in an important position to participate in this strange situation. Tokue Umayado no Tokue. As the head of Tenrakuchi Temple, she is admired as a crown prince. Although she looks like a child, she is actually a solid adult woman. Her short height seems to be genetic. Although she is born a human and non-magician, she has power to overwhelm others. It is said that its power is that of general wizards of the village of the monsters of the forest, and is comparable to the guardians of the barrier, the heads of the monsters and the gods of the barrier. In fact, when she fought the main characters in this incident, she didn't show any seriousness. It seems that the main characters were also informed that they were clearly cutting corners and fighting. At the head of the Tenrakuchi temple, she is called Prince by her disciples. This highly trusted not only by the people of temple, but also by the monsters that live in the forest. Among them, Sujako, which is a monster living in the forest, was impressed by her ideals and seemed to have been carrying out missionary activities in the village since last spring. The root of that trust may have been her strength, but it seems more on her thought. She wants to create a piece of world where humans and monsters join hands. Her pure thoughts attracted all kinds of people and demons across the places. Originally, she was born in Hermitage village. From early age, her unique constitution was fully demonstrated. When the landslide occurred due to the record-breaking heavy rain, she, who was less than the weight of an adult wizard, was shocked when she rescued people by repelling oil with her bare hands. It is not clear why she was born with such great power. However, it seems to be known that in the villages surrounded by barriers, there are very few people who are born with a unique constitution. As she grew older, she began to feel that she wanted to use this power to help others. To her, the wizards who were eager to protect the village and the monsters who were rampant in the forest looked like weak, fragile infants. One day, she saw a human being attacked by a monster in the forest, dead in the tragic state. Another day, she saw that monster overrun by a wizard. She was deeply hurt by the cruel truth that secretly insulted someone in the everyday. Because she was so strong and her surroundings so weak, she was always the one who could watch over the other people's death. No, no, it's waist, it's waist. She's very short. She is a very short person like me. From the experience, she came to hope that she would be useful in this world as a bridge between humans and monsters. She hoped for a world where humans and monsters would join hands without fighting. She left the village and built a small temple in the corner of the forest. So regardless of whether they were humans or demons, they began to imitate things like a large temple. That was the beginning of Tenryuchi Temple. Okay, that actually ended. Due to her unique strength and deep compassion, the temple's reputation gradually spread throughout the forest. Surrounded by many disciples and equally moved with the forest of fairies, her goals were gradually taking shape. Although this project was caused by an outsider who took advantage of her goals, it goes without saying that her endless desire for strong dreams became the driving force behind the strange changes. As a person born with unique constitution and prince trusted by many of her disciples, she will continue to strive towards her dreams. Asuka Kado, a yokai form of human. Once the disciple who serves the prince, in terms of ability, she is said to be the closest to the prince amongst her disciples. She was originally human, but in this plan she underwent a surgery to turn into a human monster and became a monster. All but a few of her memories of her human days have been erased. And now she has a sense of her plans and loyalty to the prince. By the way, the wing-like deformity on her back have grown and she became a monster. Oh, so those were supposed to be wings. Even when she was a human, she was powerful enough to defeat most monsters. She became a monster and gained even more power. Although she would have suffered a narrow loss to the main characters, if she had fought on the ground without having to worry about her surroundings, she would have been on equal footing with the main characters, or even better. Each disciple who serves the prince has a different path in the process of becoming disciples. Some have been saved from being attacked by monsters, others have been controlled from attacking humans, and this varies from on disciples, and she is not the exception. She was born into a poor family in the outskirts of the village. In the Hermit village, there was a huge gap between rich and poor due to unstable food supply and labor. And securing those supplies, she was born in the poorest part of the village. In such environments, children are typically sold into the labor force. Like those around her, she left her parents when she was young and went on a work in agriculture. She didn't lose her faith and just walked silently. As a young girl, she couldn't understand that she wasn't happy. These days last for many years and she eventually learns about them. She is clearly different from those around her. Oh wait, I am clearly... No, yeah, apparently this is her thoughts. I'm clearly different from people, those around me. I have kind parents around me. Wait, why is it loading? Hopefully I'm live because that would be very awkward. I have kind parents around me. I have a friend. I always love with such important people. I don't have any parents. I don't have any plans either. I never loved from the bottom of my heart in my life. I'm unhappy. She was desperate. The moment she realized this, everything became hazy and couldn't see it anymore. That night she slipped out of the village and entered the depths of the forest, as if being manipulated by something. It is natural for a person from the village to enter the forest, where the monsters live, alone at night, which is tantamount to suicide. She probably took such action with this in mind. As expected, she was attacked by a monster. From the beginning, it's just quiet now. Yeah, the somehow the SMT music kinda went down. And YouTube is kinda having some issues. Okay, I'll turn on the back of my BGM. From the beginning, she didn't have energy to resist. She stares at the monster in front of her and looks at the empty running lantern and closes her eyes. When she opened her eyes a while later, a woman who was not that tall stood in front of her. After the woman chased away the monster, she slowly reached out to her, her face filled with a merciful smile. From the first time in that night, she herself wet herself in the cheek with tears. That night, this is the beginning of the human man named Asuka Kado, a sculptor who transcends all things. Also, I realized that, the whole prince thing, she might be a bootleg Garaya. Because Garaya is also noticeably not short. The head of a laboratory set in the basement of the temple, he is former human being native of the outside world. In that room, he was conducting research to turn humans into monsters. The research itself seems to have been kept top secret since he was in the outside world, but it was not actually completed until he entered the barrier world. Even in the outside world, experiments to turn humans into monsters were actually being conducted. The subject of these experiments were wide-ranging, including prisoners who had committed serious crimes and orphans with no relatives, but of course none of them were obtained through the legal channels, and he continued to research them as a dark scientist. Meanwhile, after repeated experiments, there was only one case in which a monster was successfully transformed into a human in the outside world, and the subject of that experiment was a female student who lost her parents and became single. She lost all her memories in the process and turned into a monster. Now only her memories and her only hobby as a human remain. Now she makes a living by showing off her hobbies in the university. A human who once stood on the edge of despair, she can be said to be one of the people he saved. His experiments were accelerated by moving his base to the barrier world. By the time he entered the barrier, his own body was at the stage of turning yokai, so he was able to survive without being attacked by the forest yokai. However, it was a complete coincidence that he arrived in Tenakuchi Temple, and he became involved with Tokui and her friends. Oh, so that's why Ailu is playable here. Because he also wants to know, like, what the fuck happened to Karen. He thought about the dreams held up by the people of Tenlakuchi Temple. They continued their activities with the goal of creating a world where humans and monsters can live as equals. Although he had no such goals and dreams, he was deeply impressed by their human feelings for monsters and their enthusiasm for them. At the same time, he also wondered if using this shrine would be useful for his own research. He began to sympathize with Narakuji ideology and proposed a human monsterization plan as a means to achieve that goal. First, he achieved a complete transformation into a monster, then performed the surgery on Tokuei's best disciple, Asuka. Finally, in order to turn humans in the village into monsters, well, they had village scattered flies everywhere as the guise of a clinical trial. He himself does not have the ambition of Tokuei. However, he wanted to complete his research in the small world. The plan ends midway so due to the efforts of the main characters, but he has not given up on that dream yet. From now on, he will probably use his long lifespan as a yokai to devote himself to endless research. Man, this character is actually straight evil, what the fuck? Like, actual straight evil. To be fair, I also have Oswald, and that's basically the same deal as him. Henrique stops at the top of the forest monsters. It is the strongest monster in the barrier world. If his ability is a monster, no one will know about him. Once a monster hears his name, their faces generally twitch and tremble. Even if he does not attack directly, his existence seems to be awe-inspiring to monsters. He is also known as unparalleled lover of women. The number of women who have been approached by him, regardless of whether they are humans or demons, is countless. According to Mori's rumors, it is more likely that he could even reach the number of masks he uses for surveillance. As a pinnacle of forest monsters, he plays a role in maintaining the order of the forest. Monsters, fairies, and a small number of humans and spirits live in the forest in such an environment where races coexist by establishing the leaders of each race. Conflicts between races are prevented. He is famous as the Yokai King, Tokuei, the head of the Len'en Table, and Barbaracia, which unites the fairies within the barrier. Yes. These three are the rulers of the forest. Also, Barbaracia actually appears in Masrina's spin-off game. Though her name actually stems from Babushka. Like, I legit just realized it. I just realized what the fuck is Babachika. But yeah, it's Babushka. It's just kinda weirdly spelled as Babachika. These three people regularly hold meetings at their respective locations and discuss the forest future. The constant is mainly wide-ranging, including dealing with the incidents that have occurred in the forest, mediating disputes and dealing with new residents like Onryoden, but at least to him, he only sees it as opportunities to meet two beautiful women. Damn, I already fucking hate him already. What the why is he such a sleaze? Why is he such a sleaze? I hate that. His personality and attitude seem to be partially disliked by Tokuei, who is serious at heart. After the meeting, the two ended up in a fight called Battle. Earthquakes and so ferocious, even the owners of Aogami were unable to touch him. Being eaten by him was now like a natural disaster, and the act seemed like a tacitly understood. Eventually, the time passed, and before he knew it, he became the ruler of the forest monsters, and the barrier was erected in the village, making it possible for him to come and go freely, and humans with strong power came to settle in the forest. In response to these trends, during most of the time, he was forced to change. If the monsters continue to attack humans, humans will eventually disappear from this world. Furthermore, the barrier that covers the village is not the physical barrier as it appears, but a psychological barrier that the barrier master will ruthlessly eliminate if its cross is larger, and if it is broken, the entire barrier will be removed. It is unclear what will lead this will lead in the world incoming. Because of these facts, he eventually stopped eating people. He abandoned himself as a yokai, leaving behind his fighting instincts as a yokai and his fondness for human women he liked to eat more at the time. Now, it seems his only pleasure is to fight Touhou with all his mind at a monthly meeting. The other girl seems to be a good nuisance. Oh, sorry, I'm currently relaxing my throat now, so I'm currently just reading it to myself. But he didn't really expect that. So unfortunately, I think it'll do for now for today, because like if I'll start reading the 9th installment, I think my throat will actually fucking die. Wait, oh no, my chat was like lagging, fuck. Yeah, that's only it. There were more sometimes Milky Big 96 more. Also, what is favorite cardio, like the butterflies. I gotta go things, but I'm glad I will be able to experience the big game story. Well, me going and the end of the stream. Yeah, and I just fucking noticed that, oh no, my fucking chat was lagging behind. Congratulations, you won the stream. But yeah, I won't be streaming anymore on this week, so you'll have to wait until Friday or Saturday until the next Aogami stream. And by that point, hopefully I'll actually get to rendering Suzumi. But yeah. God, my throat hurts. So yeah, thank you for attending the stream. Thank you for witnessing the peak that is Aogami. And yeah, the nice game gets very fucked. Let me tell you, it gets so fucked. So please look forward to the next week.